All right, welcome to the final day of Comic Art Live. It's been a wild ride so far. Yesterday was quite busy. We always had 500 to 600 people on the site at any given moment throughout most of the day. I know a lot of art was sold and a lot of commissions were made. So I can't tell you how thankful I am for everybody in attendance to support the artists and the creators and the dealers who were here at the show. We're definitely going to do this again, and we'll be talking more about that after the show. So without further ado, I want to kind of get our panels kicked off for the day. We've got Anthony Snyder up first, and Paolo Rivera, and Joe Quesada, and Tony Parker throughout the day, and I'll come in at the end to do a Q&A as well. But without further ado, so we can get things started, I'm going to jump in and welcome Anthony Snyder to today's show. And there he is. Well, that's not him. It's his guitarist, apparently. But Anthony's going to be doing a Selling Heroes Live from his location in New Jersey. So Anthony can take it away from here, although he's still not on screen.
Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, I say it's all right. Little darling, it's been a long, cold, lonely winter. Little darling, it seems like years since it's been clear. Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun, I say it's all right. Snyder, 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 Snyder man. Snyder, 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 Snyder man. Snyder man. There he is.
Welcome to Comic Art Live in Anthony's Comic Book Art location in North Jersey.
Yeah, we're at the big warehouse.
We're at the warehouse, and the sun is out, and the sun is, definitely welcome sight here because, we've been through a time here, but we're all hopeful that this is the beginning of the end of the hard time.
Yes.
And, we're all grateful for having made it through unscathed and healthy. So,
yes,
and,
this too shall pass.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so we tried to bring some of our friends back and, do a art version of Anthony's comic book art. And we've had, the thing I miss most, of course, about the lockdown is not being able to do the shows. I mean, that's just, devastated me. I mean, when San Diego canceled, I cried, so it's like, that killed my whole Comic-Con across America thing. And, I basically do a show every weekend, and that hasn't happened, and I'm getting more of a potbelly because of it, lack of activity.
But thanks to Bill Cox, we have this virtual con, so I'm really excited about it. It's going to be fun.
And Face the Tiger, to be locked down with this jackpot is the.
Oh yes, I love cosplay. Well, I like comic book art, and I love cosplay. And I'm dressed today as MJ from Amazing Spider-Man number 19. The part where she goes.
Oh yeah, that annual 19.
Yeah. Okay.
It was an annual. Yeah.
And she's like.
People are shooting at her, and she's like a Superman.
It's a job for
MJ.
But yes, so it reveals she's got the Spider-Man costume underneath. It's a good book. I wish I could see the art to that. That'd be awesome.
So one of the really cool things that happened during lockdown is that my middle son Jameson got accepted to School of Visual Arts in New York.
Yay!
Yay!
Graduated virtually this year.
Yeah.
But my goodness, we're really looking forward to.
So we got some of his art to show that what he got accepted through or by, Jamie, what'd you do with that money I gave you?
College. I got inspiration from classic fables, like Little Red Riding Hood for this one. And I have another one. This one I got the idea from Fahrenheit 451. one I got. I've been using my own characters for the book I'm writing.
That's great.
That's beautiful. That's the first time I've seen this one.
Really, I thought I showed it.
No, that's really cool.
Thank
I
you.
like that.
Yeah, my art teacher just said it was my best work.
Yeah, only show your best stuff. These are your two best things. So after SVA and 300,000, we're gonna sell these. So I'm trying to get some of my money back.
Yes.
I'm gonna be his personal representation, and you know that's the way the story goes.
I've been having a lot of fun. Instead of cosplay costumes, I've been making masks for healthcare workers. They're really good because they have a pocket for a filter. So, hey, and I use superhero fabric. Oh, that's great. Yay! It's all right. It's windy. Something fell over there. That's okay. So I've been donating fabric and my time, and also our youngest son Cameron has been helping us to make these as well. So it's been a great time.
It's a windy day.
It's a windy day.
Not combined well with all these.
Yes. Well, let's look at some more of your art, Jameson.
Oh, well,
While they're fixing that.
No, this is like the main
That's
display
it?
I have.
All right.
So that's cool.
Oh,
And
my.
then we have here
A special guest,
the amendment of Reilly Brown. Yay!
Reilly.
Good to see you.
Riley's practicing his social distancing.
Yeah.
And, you know, how has lockdown been for you, Reilly?
It has been a whirlwind of deadlines and daycare all at the same time. And it's not the easiest way to make comic books, but we're getting through it day by day, you know?
Yay! And Riley's working on some commissions here today, so
yeah.
we can, and you had one that you were going to start from scratch, right?
Yeah, well, this one I've been working on, Deadpool, and the request was to show him with his fake Guatemala
Oh, yeah, from
his
Otto.
license. Yeah.
Otto ordered that. Yeah, I booked that one. You can always get, you know, in touch with me for Reilly commissions. There's a schedule of prices on the website, and I usually just forward it to him, so he does them right away and directly. And so we're happy to have Reilly here. And
So happy to see you.
Yeah, man. That's,
Been way too.
I know. Because of conventions, I don't see any of my friends anymore.
right, that's a big impact for us, you know, having the shows, right?
Conventions are my social life, so now it's just, you know, I just hang out with cosplays all day. And kind of go a little bit mad doing that.
Yes.
You know, so it's nice to
Those
get out.
commissions are amazing, and anybody who purchases them is going to be super happy.
Yeah, thank you.
I like what's going on with this one. This one's a color piece.
That's one of the good things about spending more time at home is I have a little more time to spend on the commission, so I've been able to do more color pieces. So
And it's like, I'm the best at what I do. Bob. I like that. There's a real, you know, classic X-Men thing going on there. You know, sort of in that Cockrum Byrne era type thing going on. Love that.
John Byrne is one of my biggest influences for sure, especially his X-Men stuff, man. I can't get enough of it. So definitely, you know, I definitely enjoy the comparison.
Well, here we have some of Reilly's covers that are available for sale right now. They got a really cool Kiss piece, and Red Sonja, and Punisher Daredevil.
Here's a Quantum Woody cover I've been meaning to drop off.
Oh, Quantum and Woody, brand new to the market.
Awesome.
Yay! So put that up on that list of pieces for available. And then you have the, oh man, it's triptych. We taped it down, right? And here's a Star Wars from Poe. What's his name? Poe, right?
Poe Dameron.
Poe Dameron, yeah, from the new movie.
So here's the, I've got, if you want to see the colored version of those triptychs, the line art is what's behind me.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, show that. So that one's available.
This
I have
one-
that one marked.
$4,000.
$4,000.
But for 3 covers, which is actually
Yeah.
kind of
That
a good
is
deal.
an amazing deal.
I thought it was a good idea to do all three. I should have just made them each one
Yeah,
individual. I would have made more money.
We did just sell one for a single cover for over 2,000, so that is a good value, right? Two for the three for the price of two. There we go. Now, what else do we have here? We're doing an art show because, like, I'm so jonesing for art action at shows. You know, man, I've really missed it. That's been the worst part of this whole situation. You know, besides people we know that knew people that got sick up here. I mean, nobody, you know, within just, you know, there's like 1 degree of separation, you know, and that's been hard. One of Sharon's best friend's husband got really sick, but he recovered okay. And, you know,
That was so scary.
yeah, that was scary. So we're here, you know, I miss the action, man. I miss that's the thing. I just miss the action of shows and being out there and interacting with, you know, the collectors and, you know, buying and selling and trading.
I miss the cosplayers.
Yeah.
I miss interviewing you guys. Ah!
So right here we have, you know, I represent Esad Rabik, or Rabich, as he in his native language. So we have covers and interiors available and other color stuff. We did some color stuff here. This is a Jack Kirby piece that came from his estate. I have a portfolio of stuff that came from the estate. This was in that stuff. This is his colored pencils that he did himself. Jack Kirby colored pencils.
Amazing.
This is a costume design thing he did for Julius Caesar. For I believe his daughter was involved with some stage production, and he did that for her. This is a recreation of the Green Hornet Dell books and European hardcovers that. You know, I'm very involved with comics and magazines that you'll see. We're going to take a little tour through the warehouse after the art showing. This is a really beautiful piece that, you know, was very important to Esad because he actually wrote this and, you know, executed the art himself.
I did not know he was writing.
Well, you can tell he wrote it because it's almost all silent issue, except like a guy speaking in non-English version. Yeah, I don't know. But the art is amazing. It's
As
what?
you can see, amazing.
Yeah.
My favorite word.
So face it, Tiger, you hit the jackpot if you buy a piece of Esad's Conan. And this is an example of the commissions that we're doing with Esad. This is a triple. And you can see that on the website that you know, price structure for his commissions. He's doing them from home right now. There is a process by which he has to do it and then get me the package. But, you know, it is happening. Commissions are happening. So all you people that have ordered commissions, you know, I don't have to take the emails every day. They are happening. Don't worry about it. So this is some Marvel stuff we have available. This is a piece that is an example of stuff that I like. Is the Trimpy Abel Hulk era with the Harpy. I collect that kind of stuff. If you have anything you want to hit me up, try to take advantage of me, feel free. And you know, this is my favorite piece I have right now. The Marvel superheroes are here. Ramita poster art. Hey Jamie, go grab that poster in there. It's right in there.
Oh, that's an amazing cover.
No, it's actually a specialty piece that Ramita did for the Black Light. Yeah. Reilly even wants to come see it. You can work it off. I want 125,000. That's all right. So, yeah, so we can do layaway. You can do commissions.
I'll get it to you in 50 years.
You'll be like 205 years old.
I'll sell your art off and deduct it all. So that is the piece. Now what's cool about this is this poster was part of the Marvel Black Light stuff, but it wasn't offered for sale. It was a store display piece, and then there'd be a receptacle of which you could pick which one you wanted. And there was a lot of them that weren't that good. There were a lot of swipes and just people, they had the art directors from the company Third Eye putting these things together. Now, but Ramita, as the art director at the company at the time, did this as, he was, probably paid on the side by Third Eye to do this. And he did this specialty piece for the advertising for them. And now it's become an iconic poster. I mean, this poster right now, like this, is worth at least $1,000. And that's
I was gonna ask you.
It's worth at least $1,000 in that condition. And I've sold them much worse for like 500. So that's what's cool about that, and why it's my favorite piece. It's all Ramita, but I've had.
It's taped.
Oh, it got taped.
Yeah.
But I had Stan Lee sign it, and I had John Romita sign it. I had some other Hall of Famers sign it, just because, I felt like I was going to keep it forever. But, I've been entrusted with it for a while, so if you really want to make a play for it, it's available. This, I just broke up another JR Avengers book. This isn't part of it, but this is a great splash that people have been trying to get, trade me for it, but I'm looking to sell. And then we have some DC stuff over there. We have some DC.
Let's go see the DC.
So I wanted to set this one up like if we were at a show, because I just miss shows so much, and we had this beautiful day out here, and we're, trying to enjoy, the spring as much as we can with, coming out of the bad time, and hopefully this is going to be a better time. As far as shows are concerned, we're up against, New York Comic Con already. They're having to deal with whether they're going to go on or not. And the wind is coming up. So I spoke to New York Comic Con last week, and we don't know yet. So we don't know, and we hope that things will be better for everybody by that time, and we can have a show. But we just don't know yet. So that's another big one. Yesterday, another show that I do have done every time at Mohegan Sun, Mitch Halleck's show canceled. So he put that back a whole year. He canceled for the year, not just delay, unfortunately. So that's the big Connecticut show that went down and is not happening. So Mitch, just a shout out, very sorry to hear that. I wish we could have at least, postponed or something, done it a little bit later. But these are some DC covers I have available for sale. Very rare Batlash, asking $12,000 on that. Cardi horror cover, another horror cover with the devil. And then this is one of my favorites because this is the best Super Sons cover. That's not Superboy. That's Clark Kent's son with Lois Lane and Bruce Wayne's son in that alternate sort of timeliney thing that they were doing then. And I have 3 sons with this beautiful woman, and that's one of them with the hair over there. So that's what we have going on as far as the art show. Yay!
Art is awesome.
And this is the living soundtrack. Chris Palmerini, he brought you that wonderful version of Here Comes the Sun. We thought it was appropriate for having such a beautiful, bright, sunny day. But so now let's take a walk around the warehouse.
You're gonna like it.
All right. So the problem with this space is that when I got into it about 5-6 years ago, it was empty. Now it's not empty. It's too full of everything.
At the seams.
Bursting at the seams. I mean, this is the display case of stuff that I like. It's kind of a, you know, a mini collection space thing. I love Disney stuff. I love Donald Duck stuff. I always loved Donald Duck stuff when in comics, and Carl Barks, and reading those stories when I was a kid. They were my favorite thing. When I sold my original comic book collection, the last thing I held on to was the Carl Barks Donald Duck stuff. I loved it. So I do collect Donald Duck. There's a there's a really nice piece here that I want to show. Wow, that's art related.
Oh, I love this thing.
You get a close look at that. And then you turn it over. So this is one of Frank Frazetta's last oil palettes. And you can see it's but based on, you know, going from black to middles to whites, that it's a work of art in itself. So that's a fun piece that I have in like my personal collection. This in here is some props from Captain America. There was one auction that Profiles in History actually put on in Chicago a few years ago, and I guess they thought, Marvel thought, oh, we're never going to use a World War II stuff from Captain America First Avenger again. We can sell it. And that's a Hydra Blaster, and I have Dum Dum Dugan's uniform. I got a few other uniforms, like full, complete uniforms from the Commandos, what they called the Commandos. You know, and I always loved the Dum Dum Dugan version because, you know, Sergeant Fury didn't exist then because they made him into Samuel L. Jackson character. But Dum Dum Dugan was wearing like a sleeveless, cut off, uniform, kind of a tribute to the Kirby Sergeant Fury from the Howling Commandos, you know, version. You know, and I have that whole uniform. The last time I saw it, though, I let my kid wear it at Halloween, and I don't know. I hope you know where it is. You know where it is? Okay, it's in the attic. I hear that a lot.
I had this when I was a kid. I dressed up for Halloween.
The Ben Cooper Wonder Woman. So I just let's go this way. Let's back up, and you have a few workstations that are, you know, covered with work to do, I guess. Yeah. So
a few comments of people interested in seeing stuff from Peter Mignola and John Buscema.
Mike Mignola, you mean?
Mike Mignola, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna do a tour and then come back to the art stuff. These are uniforms that are all. I want to show one good thing here, because I've decided to entrust stuff from my dad's collection to Heritage Sports, and that's going to be coming up in their big featured auction. So, you know, this is some of the stuff that, you know, I've been holding on to, but we're going to let go of. And Heritage, I've entrusted Heritage, and Chris at Heritage and Sports is handling this. A game used Joe Namath uniform, and the other really good uniform is an Art Shell Hall of Famer Art Shell game used uniform, because my dad was really good friends with Al Davis, and he was the first black head coach. It's very significant in that respect. We have some, this is where I keep some of the better, like here's a really cool CGC. I'm dealing in, not just the art, but the comics, of course, what the art was made for. And we do a tremendous amount of business in comics. This is stuff to get paid off. These are, just other stuff that I've collected. But let me show you the art room. Sharon, are you in the art room? Yay! Here's a nice selection of a bouquet of baseball bats that I want to oftentimes use on my employees. No, just a joke.
Ta-da!
So this is the art inventory in the art room where we fill orders on a daily basis, and we're always looking to, you know, I'm like the dealer in the country that like will carry all kind of price points. So we have expensive stuff like that. Marvel superheroes are here, but we have also something for all price points. Like this is an Avengers book, and there's John Romita Jr. There's some Simonson, all different artists and price points.
Really cool stuff.
So, there's about 40, 50 pages in each one of these books, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4,
They're jam-packed.
I don't know, 20, 25,000 pieces of original art available from the website, Anthony's Comic Book Art. And, we try to preserve the frames as much as we can, but there's a whole graveyard of frames, in the back. Yeah, so they get destroyed easily. So anybody that wants anything, from the general inventory, that's available from anthonyscomicbookart.com. And we have a lot of stuff on the eBay store, Anthony's Comic Book Art -online. So, and Chris the Human soundtrack. I'm just walking around. And that's Andrew, our associate producer, right? Oh, this is cool. This is part of what is going to Heritage, because you'd think, oh, what are you we're doing with the cowboy hat, but Benny Binion gave this to my dad, who when he worked with Benny at the Horseshoe to create the World Series of Poker. So that was fun and sentimental to me, but we're partying with it. Hey, MJ, you want a mink coat?
Yes, well, I love mink coats.
Believe it or not, somebody brought that in and sold it to me. So
it doesn't smell very good, but it looks cool.
Like a wet goat. So this is the Raw Comic Room. All these are singles that we have for sale on our eBay store, from Amazing Spider-Man to Marvel, DC, everything. And my quality control guy, Jeff, sits here, and this is his work, and everything goes through him. And then this is the shipping room. I have a full-time shipping guy, comes in 5 days a week. I wish he came in 6. I'm trying to convince him, but here's some orders we have prepped to go out and be packaged from Saturday, and then Monday we'll fill this up with other stuff that gets ordered through the weekend. Oh, and here we are. So this is the back warehouse where it stores all the rest of the eBay inventory. And we've been building.
It goes on and on forever.
Yeah. Here, you talk for a minute.
What should I talk about? Well, there's such amazing stuff around here, and it's getting really organized too. I'm amazed. We've been working very hard organizing all of this. Over here, like this is all stuff on eBay that have been put up on our website or on eBay. So this is really cool stuff. I love the toys section. It's a lot of fun. Every time I come to the warehouse, I want to bring something home.
All right, I'm back. I turned the lights on.
Oh, thanks.
So this is an interesting deal that I got. I mean, this is all Christmas card art. These are all birds and flowers and stuff. You know, and Christmas, it's original art to Christmas cards. And we've been working on those. And, you know, they've been selling okay. It's very reasonable. They're about $20 a piece. It is original art.
I think it's a great deal, Lance.
Yeah.
It is. It's all original.
I have
Chris?
like 20 of them.
Chris, yeah, pick out some for your help today. Here comes Christmas card.
Ah! I broke it. I bought it. Batman skates. Those are cute.
How much? All right. So one of the things about the lockdown is that people didn't have their regular comic book stores to go to, and I hate to say it, but the online business did benefit from that. I mean, I had to close down my other store that we have shot from before, and you know, that went to zero negative revenues. So we've been very busy with sending out comic books, and you know, we had to have an auxiliary shipping area made just to handle orders. So there's been thousands and thousands of comic books that have gone out to, you know, those collectors that were cut off from their, you know, their local comic book stores and the shows. And we're happy that, you know, we were able to provide some distraction and, you know, some pleasure time. And I made a concerted effort, me and my staff, to put out a lot of Silver Age and discounts to comics that, you know, could help fill the gap. And, you know, people were buying them, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50 at a time. And we were grateful for the support in the business, because that helped us carry through in, you know, for the business. Because I've lost, you know,
We need more heroes right now.
I don't even want to quantify the amount of business that I've lost from, you know, the show shutting down, because, you know, I'm probably the most active dealer as far as going to shows and, you know, being at the shows and, you know, having the Boston show that we were doing. Assad was getting flown in, and, you know, he had to cancel, and that's what put us behind with his commissions. So, but, you know, in a way, it's been good in the way that, you know, we're trying to cannibalize all this stuff that we haven't had time to work on. I mean, there's just so much stuff, you know, all this stuff on this side. You know, all this stuff is getting worked on right now, you know. Tons of comics, literally tons of comics, and other deals that we, you know, haven't had time to work on, and, you know, we've, you know, trying to work on now. So this is a deal that I'm working with a guy right now. It's actually it's all 60s monster magazines. So all of this rack right here is this one deal that we're working on, as far as I'm negotiating with him now on that. You know, a lot of bulk. We've been sending bulk as far away as Korea and Indonesia, like whole pallets of comics. And so buy a pallet of comics and you'll hit the jackpot.
Yeah.
We'll
Very discounted right now.
yeah. Here's a souvenir from Selling Heroes.
Yikes!
Oh my God, Reilly's gonna love this. Wait a minute, I'm gonna trade him. He's a big Masters of the Universe fan.
No.
try to make a sale. Watch. Oh, no, no, no. Hey, Reilly, look what I found. Hell yeah. I got it marked $100.
What is it?
You want a friends and family discount? Usually it's 20% off, but for you, 30% off. $70. We'll take it off that commission.
Add it onto my tab along with that done.
Come on, you must like the Dolph Lundgren Masters of the Universe. All right, so we want to do some viewer engagement here. What's a question?
We had some people asking for John Romita Jr., Daredevil, some Magnola. We had people asking for Star Wars The Clone Page, anything John Buscema.
Okay. Hey, Bobby, you want to go get the John Buscema book? So, here's a Magnola pencil sketch that we have available. Where's that cover, Bobby? Yeah. The praying mantis one. We have that. It's a Magnola praying mantis cover. It's a BRPD cover.
How much is it?
Oh, like 5,000.
Well, I want to see that.
And when his charity auctions have been going for a lot of money on eBay. All right, so we got some viewer requests for John Romita Jr. This is the new issue that I'm breaking up. It's an Avengers issue from a few years ago. It's really cool because like every page has great characters. You got Wolverine, Professor X, X-Men, There's an Ant-Man and Iron Fist for some reason. You have the mandatory Quinjet flying heroes in the Quinjet, which I personally like. It bugs me every time. So the first person who wants to give me $200 for that, just text me or email me because Quinjet pages always bug me. That's really crazy cool. Like all the characters versus the Sentinels. So that's brand new. And then we have some other Romita Jr. art, from different issues. It's cool. And we're looking for Magnola. Anybody else?
We had one friend, Israel, say hi from Spain. I was at the warehouse 1 year ago. And we bought some stuff.
Oh, tell him hi back.
Hi.
Hi back from Spain. I hope everything's calming down over there. We send our packages out to Europe every day, all different countries. A lot to Western Europe, a lot to Australia. The English-speaking world, and where Marvel published, Mighty World of Marvel in Western Europe during the 70s. So that instilled a fan base for Marvel Comics, basically in the 70s. From them publishing in Spanish, Italian, in English, England.
We had one guy ask if you have the Phantom comic strip art at the moment.
Oh, Phantom comic strip art. I did a deal with a family, and the widow, but all that stuff is gone. I had a couple hundred of them. Pretty popular stuff.
We have some people interested in anything Clone Wars pages, any 90s Magnola pieces, John Buscema.
You have a John Buscema book?
Yeah.
Thanks. No 90s, no. Those are very hard to come by. I haven't had any of those pages in a while.
Any Golden Age superhero.
Yeah, I know who's talking. Who's talking Golden Age hero art? Yeah. Nothing new has come in, mister. Are you living in the States now? Are you in the States, or did you move to Europe? Both?
I could ask him. We have someone asking any original pencil stuff by Mazzucchelli or Miller.
Original pencil stuff by Mazzucchelli or Miller. Wow. Now it's getting really hard. I know.
No.
Any new Wolverine art?
Oh, well, I always have Wolverine art. I mean, there's Wolverine featured on these pages in the JRJR stuff. That's cool. And we're going to do a little flip through on the John Buscema. What do we got here? I got some pencils. I got these doodle pages. I love these. These are so inside the mind of a real art genius. This looks like it was used for something, maybe his book. There's some Sal football pages. John Buscema, that's a Doom 2099 page. Layout pages from, looks like Tarzan, I think. Punisher Warzone. This is really cool. Double-sided. You know, these are always, I just love these. I hate selling them. I don't know. You know, one of my all-time favorite artists, John Buscema. Got to meet him late in his life where he was sick, but grouchy, but you know, he was an all-time great, that's for sure. John Buscema. This is from the him and Maurice Severin, I think, did that. Here's another. These sketch pages where he's warming up for that Punisher Western book. And a few of those. All right. There's some John Buscema stuff.
Love it. Awesome.
In the background there, you'll see Bobby, my office manager and trusted employee. How long you been with me, Bobby? Too long?
Yeah.
You were like 16, right?
We're finishing each other's sandwiches. Probably over 10 years.
17.
Yeah, like 15 years. Hi, everyone.
Wow.
Hope you're enjoying the con.
So anytime you have questions with the art site, Bobby runs the art site with me. So he will be able to answer questions and deal with, orders on a daily basis. And, he'll do updates on a daily basis as well. What do we got? About 2,000 things have been updated recently?
Like 2,500.
Yeah, 2,500.
About 1,000 auctions a week.
What's the average price of Buscema warm-up pages?
They're between 500 and 1,000, I think.
We have a request. Any silver X-Men age art? Any golden age 1940s 50s superhero art?
He keeps asking that same question. That superhero, that golden age superhero stuff just doesn't walk in off the street every day. I mean, but I'll let you know when I do. The average price on John Buscema warm-up pages, they go from like $500 to $1,200. So, I'm on this show now. If you saw anything you like, I'll make you a deal.
Any comics greatest world X pieces?
I didn't understand the question. What?
Do you have any comics greatest world X pieces? I'm just reading the comment. Not sure.
I don't understand the question. World's greatest X pieces?
Comics greatest world pieces?
World's greatest comics pieces?
Yeah.
I don't.
Maybe the X was just a placeholder? Yeah. I don't know. But we have a lot of people asking to see the wall art again.
All right.
So I guess let's
Why don't we have, a little, some detailed Nick Cardy, one of my all-time favorites. And if you're looking for Nick Cardy stuff, there's a lot of stuff on the website because his family, after he passed away, when they were cleaning out the house, they came by here and sold me a bunch of stuff, like a lot of sketches, a lot of prints that, the last of the stuff they had for sale. And then over here, I actually have some an Art Adams commission, a very detailed man thing. Some would say a giant-sized man thing.
I got some clarification. Comics greatest world piece is by Dark Horse. Does that answer?
Oh, X.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I have had those actually. You got to check the website. That one doesn't come
I don't
straight.
see it on the website.
No. Yeah, I think we sold that one. I did have one page from X, but
Any Captain Jack Kirby pencils? Captain America Jack Kirby pencils?
Got the Joe Simon up there.
Fantastic Four.
get that portfolio out of the truck from the. I have that Jack Kirby portfolio. I'll show you some Jack Kirby stuff. Well, that is really cool because this is like a really nice big piece by Joe Simon. We got a cut signature from Joe Simon. This is something I took out of my personal collection recently. It's the pencil prelim to the Wizard of Oz cover, the Marvel Treasury. And don't want to step on toes with any Walking Dead art. No Walking Dead art here. But this is cool. This is a Watkiss, actually, The Walking Dead. This was a character design and production prelim art. So that's kind of cool. This is a Nightmare Before Christmas storyboard. Here, let's bring that up here. Hey, Bobby, grab the frames that are in the back of the car.
We have gentlemen asking on any Morbus pages.
So this is stuff that came out of Jack's house. That, like his personal file copies and copies of stuff that he did. And there's I'd have to check to see if that's a live signature, but this is stuff that he made copies of himself, and that were laying around the house. And I haven't put these up on the website because I think they make more sense to see in person. That this is Jack's, file copy, the copy he made of it, because he was selling his art all along the way. And this is like fan art, somebody drew this and sent it to Jack and said, just as, being a fan, that shows like where it really came from. So Viking Heroes, that's like Thibodeau that was helping him towards the end of his life, and copies he made of his pencils. And you want to see, it's pretty cool. These are all copies, but they are the Jack's file copies. There's some really nice pieces in here, like this is and then this is a copy of a collage that was published in Thor. And this is cool because this is like the Toys for Tots poster that he did the art for. And years ago, I actually had this original and I sold it.
No way.
Yeah, I had that original. There's some more like fan pages. This is cool because this is like on stat paper.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, this is nice.
Oh, yes.
This is a Marvel Heroes piece by Jack.
I like the thing. We should go check them out, right?
Okay. Oh, here's the last one I want to show. This one. This is his stat, Jack Kirby's stat from the Fantastic Four pinup page.
I love that.
Yeah. So I thought about having somebody do a color overlay of this and keeping this and framing this. It's amazing. I've never seen the original art to this one. I don't know where it is, but it'd be worth a fortune, that's for sure. Here's some other Kiss.
You
And,
got 5 minutes.
oh, we're at our 5-minute warning? Really? Ask Bill how much for another hour.
Time flies when you're having fun, right?
Yeah. All right, so
Let's check on Reilly in this.
last couple things. This is something else that's going to the Heritage Auction. It's a Leroy Neiman portrait of my father. That was a personal thing that we loved, but they wanted it for the auction. That'll be coming up. This is something that I've had, you know, I really like this though. I've had a few of these. It's Bernie Wrightson's original production design art for Ghostbusters. So I guess that's the gate. You're the gatekeeper, right? And here's another cool John Romita Sr. piece I had framed because I like this. I like this a lot from when I was a kid. And I wanted to buy this original at one time. It was in an auction, but I was sitting next to somebody that outbid me like crazy. And I couldn't compete with him. So I got the pencil prelim. And a friend of mine wanted to buy this recently. And I was like, I really like it. I framed it. But, hey, let's go check in with our friend, Reilly Brown. So Riley's here, finishing up the Deadpool commission. He's got his ink pens out. Jamie, are you learning anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, free lessons to go with that $300,000 tuition.
40,000 actually.
Yeah, it's 40,000 what a year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, I hope my kids don't end up being smart enough to get into college. I don't know if I can afford that.
Right? My first one is just at Bergen Community. Like we can hope. All right, are you taking this Dolph Lundgren version?
I don't know where I'm gonna put it.
No, come on. Hey, Chris, you had a deal you wanted to do real quick? We're on our 5-minute warning.
I didn't think about that.
4 minutes, and we've got to do a pretty cool. My friend Chris, who's our musical director, and played that beautiful version of "Here Comes the Sun," George Harrison from the last Beatles album, right? I thought it was from the first George Harrison album, but.
Well, speaking of prelims, I still have these.
Oh, I love these.
Cochrane.
All right, and I love how you put the
Yeah,
the titling on it.
as they fall out of the frame there.
All right, I'm a player. What do you want from these two?
You know, I've had them so long, I don't even know what to ask.
Gotta ask something.
Something.
How about 500 for the pair?
Deal.
Yeah.
I'll give you the elbow.
Okay, yeah. No shaky. All right, what else we got? Come on, I'm jonesing to make deals. I want to make deals.
That's a panoramic painted from Batman cartoon.
Oh, really?
And here's the overlay.
The Batman Scooby-Doo version where they're going to a haunted house?
The early filmation. And that actually goes there. Thusly.
That's Batman. Really?
That's just the Batman one, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You
And then
didn't get that from me.
Nope. And then here's
Usually it's stuff you got from me. Like you bought these from me years ago, right?
Here's a couple of cells with an original painted panoramic Gilligan's Island cartoon.
Oh wow.
So
That's
it's all
Gilligan's Island?
Yeah, so it's all art.
Why are they in a cave? It looks like
Well,
Flintstones.
you know, it's one of those cheesy cartoons.
You got that from me, though, right?
Nope.
Oh, I thought I got.
I've never seen that
I've
before.
got it back. What do you want for that?
How about, what do you give me for the both of them?
I'm not as big of a fan.
Well, you know, the painted backgrounds are the harder things to find. Deal of the day, come on.
How about 700 total?
Deal.
Elbow.
All right, so these will be on the website next week, guys. Go, follow up. I think we're about out of time. Are we out of time?
We've got a little bit more time to spare.
More time to spare?
How excited!
All right. I just want to, as we're sending off here, anybody that wants to do some deals, we're available. We're here. We're happening. We appreciate the business. We've haven't had an easy time around here. It's been tough. But we actually been working every day, and that's the good part. And been really busy with comic books and art and trying to feed the collecting needs of the community at large. So we appreciate that business, and we appreciate the support, because some people don't want to believe this thing is real, but it's been very real here. So
We have one more question.
one more question.
Do you have any art from any of the comics written by Alan Moore?
Not the second. We've had it. Gibbons and
Like a real Watchmen page, is that what we're talking about, and stuff like that?
Vendetta
So, good news. We have been given the okay to stay until the next panel is ready. So,
Oh, okay.
I would say we got some more time.
More Comic-Con. Yay.
Hey, where's that version of Snyder Man? I flew away. Come on. Well, that was an actual deal. So anybody that's interested in these Cochran, I'll make you a deal. I know you heard what I paid, but I got to make something. I got mouths to feed, even through Corona masks.
Talk about the pizza rat piece, 'cause that was a fun one you bought.
Oh, the pizza rat?
Yeah,
Pizza rat.
So this was a rare color piece that Kevin Eastman did when the pizza rat, the New York City pizza rat, became a big meme, right? That's a word for it, right? It was a meme or a viral video. And so he did, he could relate to it as far as Shredder and getting away with the pizza.
That's awesome.
All right, so if anybody can tell me what's different between this and the actual pizza rat video, I'll give them 20% off on this piece.
How much is it?
$3,500. Anybody?
Pizza
What's the
rat.
difference? What did Kevin add? No. Well, we'll get back to that. Anybody can email me about that one, and we'll have some fun with that one. Well, how are we doing on time?
We're good. I mean, we're right now. There's an issue with the next person that's scheduled.
Oh, okay, so they're having technical difficulties with the next. So let's check in on Reilly again. Reilly, making any progress?
Just slowly, surely making some progress here. I think somebody was asking about this one. Was someone interested in that? I said I'd let it go for about $250, I think.
2.5. 2.5. Do I hear 2.5?
Which is a little bit less than if it was a full color commission. If you're interested, let me know.
Bobby, get a pile of those and let's show them some stuff on that. Let's do a thumb through on that. Go ahead, Bobby, show them.
All right, we have a Billy Tucci Captain America commission here. Got cover recreations by Tom Morgan.
We're actually on our way out right now.
Got an Iron Man
Bill.
16
All
page.
right. So, Bill, thanks so much. From Anthony's Comic Book Art and crew.
Yeah, 1 minute to wrap.
1 minute to
1
wrap.
minute. It's a countdown.
Wrap this up. Yay!
Wow. I did not realize how much I missed this.
Well, we're very happy to get back in the saddle again with Bill Cox. Thank you so much for putting this on, Bill. I know you
You guys are welcome.
hours, and we're totally stressed out about it. And I hope it's worthwhile to you, and everybody pays you a commission of everything they sell online.
Yeah, if only. I think we're at about 500,000 in sales so far. So yeah, that would have been nice, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. But thanks, you guys. I really appreciate it. And we're going to turn it over to the Paolo Rivera panel right now. Thanks again, Anthony.
Welcome back, everybody, to Comic Art Live. My name is Mark Walters of BigFanboy.com and Dallas Comic Show, and we have got our next exciting panel ready for you guys, and I hope that you guys are ready for it because it is going to be fun. The one and only Paolo Rivera, we'll be bringing him on here in just a minute. A couple of little housekeeping things I want to get here out of the way before we get started. If you see at any point any artwork during this panel that you want to purchase, the way that can be done is you contact Mark with splashpageart.com, Mark Hay, and his email address is mark@splashpageart.com. That is his email address. So if at any point you are purchasing artwork, that is how you get a hold of him. That is how you get your artwork. And at this time, I'm going to bring Mark on so that he can kind of introduce himself and you'll know who he is. There he is. Mark Hay, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, everybody.
Before we get started, I just want to say I hope everybody's having a really good time. This is going to be a very fun panel. One of the things that we are going to do throughout this panel, Paulo has done some sketches that we are going to offer. And Mark, I guess I will just, it's pretty simple how we're going to do this. We're going to bring a sketch up on the screen. You'll see what it looks like. If you want that sketch, here's how you get it. You post in the comments the words, take it. And if you post that, if you're the first one to post that, you will have the opportunity to purchase that sketch. And the way you do that is contacting Mark at splashpageart.com. That's how it works. Please do not post in the comments, take it, or any variation of that unless you are serious and want to buy the sketch, okay? We've got, how many of those do we have, Mark? We've got like about 5 or 6. We're going to put some of those up there.
Yeah, so we have 6, they're 4-inch by 6-inch watercolor headshots.
Right.
So I can show you all 6 real fast.
No, let's save it.
Okay.
Let's make it a surprise.
Okay,
I think people will
be
surprised.
All right. Okay, yeah, it should be spicy.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome to Comic Art Live the one, the only Paolo Rivera, who is currently
everybody.
He's currently working.
Yeah, never saw. Hold on, I'm going to turn it around so you guys can see me. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming.
Hey. What's up, Paulo?
Yeah.
You check out my man bun. This is my quarantine self-cut.
Thanks for joining us today, man. It's really cool to have you on the show. We were, I think, a lot of us, both myself and people here in the chat, a lot of big fans here. Yeah, I guess let's get started with what you just mentioned. What has quarantine life been like for you?
Not too bad. We've got some help. One of my kids' former teachers is actually helping us right now and has allowed me to get some work done so that I don't have to just wipe butts all day.
Very, very good.
But we've been having fun.
Yeah, it's been an adjustment, I think, for a lot of people. So, by the way, for those of you that are participating in our comment section, if you guys have questions for Paulo, if you want to post it in the comment section, I'll do my best to try to get as many of those in the panel as we can. But Paulo, I guess let's kind of go back to the beginning and talk about how you got started in comics. If I'm not mistaken, your very first published work was in 2003. It was an Iron Man cover, right? Or something around there?
First published work for Marvel. That was, December 2000. December 2002, actually. And then 2003 is when I started working for them a lot more. and I was still in school at the time, so I wasn't working full time, but I did what I could, and lost a lot of sleep, but it was worth it.
I think I'm thinking of the date stamps on the book, because you would be right. It would be something that came out in December, but it was probably date stamped like early 2003. So that was my mistake on that.
Yeah, I may be wrong too. It's been a while.
So how did that come about? Like you said, you were going to school at the time. How did that job come about?
Well, your next guest might be able to help too. Joe Quesada gave me my first gig at Marvel, and the way that I got in contact with them was Jim Kruger, who I met at a convention when I was still in high school, and I did some work for some of his creator-owned projects, and then that is the portfolio that I then showed Marvel when he brought me into the offices. Now, I wasn't able to meet Joe on that visit, but I got his email, and he actually got back to me the very next day and basically said, "You're hired."
That's great. Fantastic. Who were some of your classical influences? Like when you were growing up, like were there artists that you admired that kind of helped inform your own style?
Well, I was a little too obsessed with Alex Ross at the time. That's kind of the reason that I met Jim Kruger, because I went to go get basically all my Alex Ross stuff signed. I had so much stuff that my parents literally helped me carry it and waited in line with me. And so yeah, it was all his stuff. But then also, I read a lot of Wizard magazine, and so I was a big fan of Jim Lee, Joe Madureira, like all the usual suspects. J. Scott Campbell, that I'm from that era, and I still love all those guys. It's nice to be able to follow them on Instagram and still see what they're doing, and still get their books. And it's just, I don't know. It was always a dream.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You're good. You're good.
It was always a dream job. So it's nice to be able to know some of those guys personally and just be part of the comic book industry.
We should mention that this piece that Paolo is working on right now, this Wonder Woman piece, is going to be auctioned at the end of the panel. So you can watch him draw it, and then at the end of the panel, we will actually auction it off. And that's separate to the pieces that we're going to be offering up during this panel. I tell you what, Mark, why don't we go ahead and offer up one of those pieces? And then we'll get to a comment question right afterwards. So let's save Timothy's question. And Mark, you want to offer up the first piece? Now, again, if you want this, here's how you get it. You have to post the words "take it" in the comments. The first one to post that is going to get the opportunity to buy this. So Mark, what do we got?
Well, let me preface that the 4x6 pieces that we're about to post up are $150 a piece. So everybody knows what they're getting into before they say take it. And once you see one, you'll go, oh yeah, no brainer. I want that. So, and if you know anything about Paolo Rivera's commission list, you'll know that we just finished a list from 3 years ago. So these are pretty.
You calling me slow?
Pretty rare opportunities.
No, I think Paolo, he's calling you thorough, is what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mark. With there we go. There's the first piece. Oh, well, there we go. That's a close-up. What he showed before is what the actual piece will look like in full. But we will, that gives you an idea. And there we go, Robert. It looks like Robert Lee was the first one to post it, so he's got it. Robert, you want to send Mark an email at mark@splashpageart.com, and he will settle up with you on that piece. So, folks, that's what you're looking at. That's the kind of pieces we're going to be offering during the panel. Guys, we've already got somebody. Robert Lee has already got it. I appreciate the rest of you. There will be more pieces offered throughout the panel, so stay tuned. All right, now let's get back to, we had an audience question, and we want to make sure and get that in here. Timothy asked, here we go. Wait a minute, I misplaced the question. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Okay. There it is. No, Timothy's posted a bunch. I can't find his question. I think Timothy was asking what kind of characters. Oh, here. Oh, no. sorry, this is a different one. This is Jam 6534. Paulo, are there any characters that you wish you had more chances to draw?
Yeah, I'd say I didn't ever get to draw enough of 90s X-Men. So I've drawn the X-Men, but it was kind of like the first iteration, first class, whatever. And I never really got to draw the team that I grew up with, which was, Jim Lee era, 90s X-Men, like the cartoon, like that kind of era. And, it wouldn't have to be all the same costumes, but those characters, that particular team, I would love to get a chance to draw.
You have a favorite X-Men character?
I've actually been rewatching the 90s cartoon with my almost 5-year-old daughter. I like Cyclops more than I used to, because when I was a kid, and I was doing this with Star Wars too, as I was rewatching with her, I like C-3PO more than I did, because like as a kid, like I'm just like, why is that annoying guy there? And I kind of feel that way about Cyclops now, because he's really annoying in the cartoon, but I kind of like that now. But aside from that, I always loved Wolverine, and I think he's still probably, trying to think. I like Rogue, and I like Wolverine. My daughter's favorite is Storm right now. But like I said, we're starting from the beginning, and we're watching them all together.
Very, very nice. We did have a question in the chat, which Mark just had up on the screen a second ago. Evan wanted to know, are you guys looking at comments here or on YouTube? Guys, all of your comments, when they're posted, they all are collected together through StreamYard, so we see them all in real time. It doesn't matter where you post them. You're not getting an advantage by being on YouTube or Facebook or one or the other. It's all pretty much the same thing. So we see them in real time. So whoever comments first, we're going to see it first. I did want to ask you about the books that you worked on, the Mythos books, because I thought those were phenomenal books, and having a chance to work with those, really iconic characters and books like that, and kind of, it really felt like you were witnessing something special. And I would imagine for you that was kind of a real treat to be able to work on those types of titles. Can you talk a little bit about those?
Yeah, I mean, it was an awesome opportunity. When I had basically just started at Marvel, I did a half issue with Christopher Priest, and then I did a full issue of Spider-Man with Paul Jenkins, and then they gave me like this huge project. At the time when they first offered it, was eight issues, and it was just basically you got to draw all my favorite characters, like one issue of each. So it was one of those things where, like, of course I said yes. And, my only regret is that I was not faster, and I didn't get to do all 8 or even more than 8. Because if I had been faster and they had done well, I think I could have done other characters as well. Doctor Strange, Iron Man, Daredevil, that kind of stuff. So
yeah, to me, it felt kind of like the next evolution of, like, say something like Marvel's, where you were getting to kind of experience these characters in a sort of a classic way, but in a way that was really true to like how we all knew them even today. And I love those books. I think they're terrific.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a great project to work on, and it was also an interesting time to work at Marvel, because they were just I started the project in 2004, and X-Men had come out, and they were already thinking about kind of like a Marvel Cinematic Universe, and so Quesada really wanted to get ahead on that and make sure that there was like a version of those comics that was easily, that someone who saw the movie could then go pick that up and get started into the comic. So that was the original purpose of it.
You also worked a bit on Amazing Spider-Man. Again, talking about working with these iconic characters. When you're on a title like that, do you feel a little bit of added pressure, because that is kind of considered in a lot of ways, Marvel's, sort of flagship title? Does that kind of add to the pressure of the creative side of things?
It did, but no more pressure than I usually put on myself. Like to give you a peek into my young mind, like Spider-Man's kind of like all I wanted to work on. So they actually offered me some other gigs, and I, brash as I was, I turned them down until they gave me what I wanted, and then I said yes. So looking back on it, I'm like, wow, I probably shouldn't have been doing that, but at the same time, it worked out really well for me.
We have another audience question here. Anchor, I hope I'm saying this properly. Anchor Jetly is asking,
Yeah.
do you prefer painting traditionally or digitally?
Well, everything I do now starts digitally because that's, well, with the exception of this, everything starts digitally because it's just so easy to try out a whole bunch of different sketches and compositions, and then also to be able to just digitally send it to my editors for approval. I don't know. I still like finishing things traditionally because it just, you end up taking a different approach. And the funny thing about digital is the main advantage to doing it is because it makes things faster, but at the same time, it can backfire on you because you're confronted with so many different options. So I actually like being able to do both because the way that I think traditionally will actually rein me in when it comes to digital. And it also allows me to, I try to build, if I'm doing a digital painting, it's supposed to look like a traditional painting, because I know how a traditional painting is built, from the ground up. I can make it look more like a traditional one by building it in the same way, with the added, options of being able to change colors and hues. But really, it all comes down to drawing. Like, if there's a decent drawing to begin with, then it just makes everything easier. And that's where digital makes things, it's easier to edit a drawing. Sorry, it's kind of a rambling thing. I like them both.
Yeah.
It's really what I should say.
Mark is currently showing a piece on the screen that is a nice example of your work to kind of give people an idea of what a nice big finished piece. This is not a piece that we're offering for sale, so don't everybody freak out and start trying to bid on this. but this is a good example that of like a finished piece that people can see that really shows the ability there. And my God, it's just gorgeous, fantastic.
Thank you.
I tell you what, Mark,
it's based on a Kirby drawing. I was saying thank you, and it's based on a Kirby drawing.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. The king, man, the king. Mark, let's offer another sketch. What do you think? There we go. Anybody want it? Any takers? I know you guys are probably scrambling to type right now. So, oh yeah, there it is. Hey, he's actually holding it up so you can see it. That is the piece. If you, there it is. Justin Lee Leiter. Looks like you got it. So Justin, if you contact Mark at splashpageart.com, congratulations on Batman Beyond. He will get you settled up on that. Okay, we have another audience question. Not to worry, folks. We've still got a few more of those pieces to come up. So stay tuned. Don't leave the panel.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Justin, and thank you. Was it Robert who bought the first one?
I believe so. Yes. And again, the Wonder Woman piece that Paolo is working on currently, we will be auctioning that at the end of the panel. So stay tuned for that. Another audience question, and this comes all the way from Moscow. Hi from Moscow, Paolo. I loved your work on Daredevil. I'm curious. This is from Max. I hope I don't butcher this. Fedyushkin. Max Fedyushkin. I loved your work on Daredevil. I'm curious if after working for Marvel for years now, you have any plans to do something unrelated to superheroes, maybe a story that you wanted to tell?
I had big plans. I still have them. I don't know when it's going to happen. I can show you. Here, I'll show you what I've got.
Ooh, getting a taste.
Yeah, so I did these back in like 2013. I had big plans, a whole story. It's mostly scripted, but I haven't found the time. I've had offers, different publishers who want to take it, but it's really just been an issue of time. It's just going to take too long to get it done.
Right. That's awesome.
Yeah, and then I'll show one more. This is the other sketch. This is the main character.
Oh, that's great. Are you
So hopefully one day.
Are you a Mobius fan at all?
Oh, definitely, definitely. And at that particular time in 2013, I had just moved to San Francisco, and there was a great comic book shop there. I'm forgetting the owner's name now, but he has a regular column, or had a regular column on comic book resources, tilting at windmills. Brian Hibbs, is that the name?
Oh yeah, Brian Hibbs. Yeah.
And yeah. So I would go in there because it was in the neighborhood, and I bought like a bunch of Mobius stuff, and I would just pour over that because I had always known that I loved his work, but I don't think I actually owned any of his actual comics, and so I just bought a bunch, and I was really going through a phase at that point.
Max says it looks awesome. I love the steampunk look of the characters. Jam6534 says, wow, those look amazing. And Anchor Jetly says, miss you at the local New Jersey shows.
It's good to hear from you, Anchor. It's been a while.
Muddy Color says, that main character looks like your Microvisions painting. Was that the basis for it?
Yeah, it sure was. Is that Dan, or is that?
That was Muddy Colors. Yeah. Is that you know that person?
Yeah, it might be Dan DeSantos. I'm pretty sure. Muddy Colors is a great blog I used to contribute to back before I had children.
Okay, Mark, are you seeing what I'm seeing? It looks like we might have froze a bit, but we can still hear you, Paulo, but it looks like your camera might have froze on us for a second.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Let's try and reset it.
Okay. Worst case scenario, if you need to log out and log back in, we can offer another sketch. Mark is putting up another example of your work. This is a phenomenal piece. Oh my gosh, look at this, showing a lot of characters. We got Hellboy here. This is a beautiful example of character design.
Yes. So this is his character design sketch for when he was about to do Hellboy 1953. So he's laid out all the characters, and then he went back and painted over them in watercolors and gouache.
Okay, Paulo, you're back.
All right, good. Sorry about that. I don't know why we're experiencing issues.
This whole thing has been a learning experience for all of us, so you're doing great.
I'm sure.
Okay, so yeah, everybody in the chat, you guys can all see. We're all good, right? Mark, you want to offer another sketch? There we go. Nice little Daredevil there. Anybody want that one? Let's see who the first one to comment is. I'm watching the comments. There it is, Dan. Dan Trax, I guess is how you say that. Dan Trax says, I'll take it.
Oh,
congratulations.
Thanks, Dan.
Congratulations, Dan. If you contact Mark at splashpageart.com, he will get you settled up. Dan is the winner on that one. Don't worry, folks. We've still got a few more, and then we will be auctioning off the Wonder Woman at the end. All right, so let's see. We were just talking about, creator-owned project. That's a good thing. But it seems like that is making kind of a bit of a comeback right now. A lot of people are doing more creator-owned projects. And, with comics kind of being in flux at the moment, that does seem to be, kind of on a lot of people's minds at the moment. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like we're seeing maybe kind of a resurgence of almost like the independent movement back in the 80s, something along those lines?
Well, yeah, except it's a lot easier now. So,
right.
Every time I log on to Twitter, I see some new amazing project that just got fully funded. So it's, the only thing holding me back is me.
Yeah.
I want to do it at some point, and, I don't even worry about the funding aspect of it. I know that we'll be able to, either find a publisher or do it through some kind of Kickstarter or Indiegogo or something like that. So really the only thing holding me back is me, and I'll get it done someday.
I think nowadays with social media, it's a lot easier for you to connect with your fan base. So you can sort of cultivate that, and you build that audience to where, back in the 1980s, when people like Eastman and Laird were trying to get the word out, they were just having to go from city to city and literally put their books in people's hands. Whereas nowadays, with Instagram and Twitter and things like that, you can actually connect with your fans and build the audience to the point of where when it is time for you to promote something, you've got that built-in fan base there. It's really, like you said, it's so much easier now to kind of get the word out about things, which is so great.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like I don't, my biggest following is on Instagram, and like I don't even I understand it. Like that, you put work out there, and if people want to see it, they want to see it. But at the same time, it's grown in such a way that I'm just kind of in awe and thankful that just there are that many people out there who want to see what I'm doing. And I am kind of treating it like, it's an arsenal for me. It's like when I do have something that I finally want to publish, I've got all those people who are, not everyone's going to back me financially, but at the very least, they'll help to get the word out, which is just an amazing position to be in.
Now, I know when I ask a question like this, it's kind of like saying, who's your favorite child? But do you have a favorite project that you've done over the years, or is there one project that really kind of stands out in your mind as being a personal favorite?
Yeah, it is tough, but if I have to, I'll put it this way: creatively, Well, I'll tell you what changed my mind. What made me a Cap fan was Mythos Captain America, because I always knew who Captain America was, but I wasn't like a huge fan. And that story by Paul Jenkins it just made me a huge Cap fan. And it was also the last Mythos, and I think it's also like that was like my peak as far as like painted work. Like I didn't paint any comics after that, and so it's also like a kind of a nostalgic thing. And then aside from that, Daredevil was really, I think, what catapulted my career. So that whole team, it was just a great team to be a part of, and it really kind of changed, I don't know, just my level of who was seeing my artwork in the industry. Things really changed after 2012.
Yeah, you mentioned Captain America, which takes me into my next question. I've been wanting to ask you about this for years. The Captain America poster that you did, that was the gift for the cast and the crew. I imagine that was probably a real treat to be able to create, kind of this great throwback poster that was very evocative of like the movie posters of the old days. How much fun was that project, getting to work on that? And how exactly did that project come about at the time?
It was pretty amazing. Again, I owe it all to Joe Quesada. So back in 2010, the movie was coming out, in 2011, and so it's actually the first time that I did something on spec. I really wanted to do like a movie poster, like an official one, and so I did a piece just completely on my own towards the end of 2010, and and it was based off of like crappy internet photos, like stuff that somebody had been on set, and they took a picture of a stuntman in the costume from 100 feet away. So I didn't even have good reference, but I did the best that I could, and it was actually wrong. I got the mask totally wrong, but I still sent it to Joe Quesada and said, "Can you forward this to Kevin Feige and tell him like this is what movie posters should look like?" And they got back to me and said, "We can't do it for the official one, but we would love to do a cast and crew poster as a gift." And it ended up being, like almost better, because I got more freedom than I would have if I had been doing something for the studio proper. So it basically meant I could paint Captain America punching Hitler. Nobody was going to stop me, because they loved it too. But when you're doing marketing for a movie, there are a lot of other things you gotta worry about. So I did that first one, and then they called me back for Winter Soldier, and they called me back for Civil War. They called me for Iron Man 3, and then finally for the Avengers, Infinity War and Endgame. And so it's turned into this gig that, you know, it's amazing. Like there's only one of those gigs, and I got it. So I always felt extremely lucky, and it's so fun. Like, cause you know, they give you, you know, the team is really great about giving me all the reference, because usually when I'm doing something on my own, like it's up to me. Like I gotta get everything, collect all of the visual reference that I'm going to use, take my own photos, that kind of stuff. And for these, they give me everything. You know, I've got like an entire team of amazing artists who are giving me all of their character sketches and setting sketches and all that kind of stuff. And all I have to do is pretty much copy it and put it in, you know, and arrange it in somewhat of a pleasing manner. And then, you know, then they print it out and give it to Captain America himself, Chris Evans. So it's pretty amazing.
That's fantastic. All right, Mark. Boom. There it is. I know you guys are going to be scrambling on this one. Oh my God. That's gorgeous, by the way. Diana Prince, you've got it. Congratulations,
Oh, wow.
Diana Prince.
Oh, it's going to Wonder Woman?
She's local to Dallas. She comes to a lot of the shows here in Dallas. But yeah, congratulations, Diana Prince. If you contact Mark at splashpageart.com, he will get you settled up on that. And Paolo is holding the final piece there in his hands. So congratulations.
Thank you, Diana Prince.
Yeah, fantastic. And to the rest of you, I'm sorry. Because believe me, I would have wanted that one. Come on. No, I loved seeing those Captain America posters. I'm actually a big movie poster collector myself. So, you know, I love those old style movie posters. And I love that you actually, you know, had the gumption to contact these guys and say, this is what these posters should look like. So
yeah. When I tell the story now, I'm like, man, who am I? Who do I think I am?
You've obviously done a lot of work with Marvel, but you also got to do a little bit of work on Star Wars with the new Marvel Star Wars. And again, talking about iconic characters and iconic properties, I would imagine that's got to be kind of like a childhood dream come true to be able to play in that sandbox with those characters. Yeah,
it's the absolute best. And again, like with, you know, my daughter is almost 5 now, so we've been rewatching. Well, I've been rewatching. She's been watching for the first time, all that stuff. So we've definitely been going through a Star Wars phase. I'm sculpting a little baby Yoda. This was supposed to be for my son's birthday cake, but I did not finish it. We'll finish it eventually. Yeah, I've been buying models, and yeah, we're going through a whole phase. I actually haven't done as much Star Wars as I would have liked. They actually did offer me a Star Wars book when they acquired it, and I didn't have enough time. But I would love to do like a Star Wars book at some point. You know,
we should have had to do a 4x6 color piece of Baby Yoda. That's what we should have done.
No, I was this close, Mark.
I think you would have broke the internet if you had done that. And Mark, you were showing a piece of art that right before Paolo held up the Baby Yoda. Do you want to show that piece again? This is a good example of Paolo's take on all the Marvel superheroes. Again, we're not auctioning this. This is not being sold. This is just an example of art for you guys to see, but kind of give you an idea of how Paolo handles the Marvel heroes.
It's actually his cover to the Marvel Folio Society.
Well,
it's recently, right?
It's complicated. It's a exclusive print that comes with the. In fact, I've got it. I'll show it to you guys. Give me a sec. Oh, this thing's heavy.
While Paolo is getting that, just a reminder, this Wonder Woman piece that he is working on throughout the entire panel, we will be offering that up for auction at the end of the panel. Oh, hey, look at that.
So it's the box that the book goes in. Let me see if I can. So and it's the Silver Age, so it's all shiny. This thing is really heavy, and then this is the back of the box. I think Mark,
we have
someone
actually
bought
sold
this
the
artwork,
original
right?
artwork for that. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, and then the print is something that comes inside of it. Let me see, just a moment. Yeah, it comes with a Fantastic Four facsimile. So it comes with it is printed to look like the original. It has all the original ads and stuff in it. And then it
Hold on,
comes with,
wait. Can you show that one more time, Paulo? Because we had a piece of artwork on the screen when you were showing it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that.
So no problem. It comes with a Fantastic Four comic.
Oh, that's fantastic.
With the original ads and everything, which is
it looks like, I don't know if it's the lighting on your camera, but it looks like they purposely printed that to look old. Is that what they did?
Yeah, I think it's a scan from an original book, and they printed it at the exact same color.
That is
I
terrific.
feel sorry for some comic book shop owners who have new employees that buy comics for them, because somebody is about to get suckered bad.
Yeah, yeah, seriously.
Wow,
this
looks like it just came off the printer.
Yeah, it feels pretty slick, so it doesn't feel like newsprint. Hopefully that'll save some grief. And then it comes with this. This is the print that it comes with at the same size.
That's great. So. Oh wow, that's terrific.
Thank you.
All right, and then I see you've got a drop lead pencil there on your desk. I wanted to ask you about what kind of tools you like to use and what kind of preferences you have on art tools.
Oh yeah. I mean that's actually my favorite thing to talk about. I'll try and keep myself from talking too much about it, but yeah, I have usually work with these 3 pencils. This is a 0.7 millimeter. I prefer mechanical pencils over regular pencils. Everything I have also has magnets on it, so you guys can see that. There we go. So everything, my board is at an angle, but it's metal, so everything sticks to it. And then I usually color everything with watercolor for the ink. That reminds me, I wanted to mention for Wonder Woman, I was just going to ink and color this, but if the auction goes over, what do I usually charge, Mark? If I go over 400, I'll fully paint it. Put it that way.
Nice.
Well, $500 I think is the current underpriced amount that we've been charging.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why you're my rep. I don't sell my own stuff.
Let him be the bad guy on that, Paulo.
Yeah, exactly. That is precisely why. Mark and I have been working together since 2004 when I was just a baby. He could hold me in his arms.
That's fantastic.
A big baby.
Yeah, a gigantic baby.
Well, now we talked about pencils. When it comes to inking, do you have preference in terms of inking tools?
Yeah, so this is the #1 question I get on Instagram, and I'm always happy to answer because I always have the same questions myself. So this is the Pentel Pocket Brush, and it comes with its own ink cartridges for these guys. You can just open that, put in a new one, you're good to go, and you just open the cap. And then, so the main question I usually get is people see me have an ink piece and then watercolor over it, and they're always wondering, like, why doesn't the ink smear? That's because this is waterproof ink, and that's like that's the important point about it. And it's confusing because Pentel makes 2 that look exactly the same. They're both black, but the one with the black body is not waterproof, and the one with the gray body is waterproof. So if you want to color over your ink drawings, this is the one you want. It's called the Pentel Brush Pen Pigment Ink. That's the important part, pigment.
Okay.
So yeah. So, you know, back in the day, I would use like a Winsor Newton Winsor Newton Series 7 number 6, and those just got too expensive. So now I use this pretty much exclusively. If I'm inking myself, normally my dad actually inks most of my work. So to give you an example of that, this is the piece that sold. These are my dad's inks over a print of my pencils, and he doesn't use the Pentel brushes. He uses like a real brush, and inks in a completely different way than me. Like when I watch him, like the brush that he uses and the technique, it's just totally different. But obviously, like the results speak for themselves. So it's just, you know, there's lots of different ways to do it, lots of different tools you can use, but it really just comes down to just practice.
Well, speaking of Spider-Man, boom, there we go. Miles Morales Spider-Man. Who is going to be the lucky taker on this one? And there's Paolo holding the piece. All right, it looks like Grant Wong has got it. Grant, congratulations. Grant Wong has taken it, and that will be Grant. If you can contact Mark at splashpageart.com, he will get you settled up on that. We got one more, folks. One more left.
Thanks, Grant.
Yeah, congratulations, Grant. It's a great piece. Those are I really appreciate the fact that you showed those, because the pens, because I think a lot of people do have questions about that. It seems like you do hear a lot of inking questions. And those are phenomenal tools. I mean, they're so, it's amazing how much those types of tools and art utensils have really progressed over the years, you know, to where there's so many options now.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of the thing. Like, people will ask me, and my answer used to be like, buy this really expensive brush. Like the Series 7s really are pricey, and these ones, I think it's like $12 on Amazon. It might even be less, and they just came out with a new line of like designer ones. So I bought this pink one for myself. They used to all be black. Now they have all different kinds of designs. And one illustrator, Chris Kohler, who actually works for Pentel, he sent me a bunch of them. So now I've got, like, you know, I still basically will use this one, but I might do a giveaway later on Instagram, because I have more pens now that I can possibly use. But I love these things. I use them all the time. And that was even before they sent them to me.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Mark, you had a question posted up here, and I'm going to bring it back up. Diana Prince, who won the Poison Ivy piece earlier, she wanted to know, what comics creators have you seen that are up and coming whose work you feel we should be watching?
Well, the problem is they're all on Instagram. So sometimes I'll know somebody, but I'll only know them by their handle. I'm trying to think. You know whose work I started seeing at Marvel early on was, now I'm gonna forget his name, Andre Lima Araujo, I think, and he's not new. Like that's kind of the problem, is like, a lot of times you'll see someone and you'll think they're new because you just started seeing their artwork, but I think he might be a little bit younger than me, but now he's doing his own creator owned, and he's extremely prolific, which just amazes me, because his style it's not a quick style. It is, you know, I would say it's more like Otomo, you know. it's super detailed, and it's a line drawing, so there's not a whole lot of shading or whatnot, but it's a lot of room for color. And
I'm looking at it. I can't
remember where he first.
Yeah, I'm looking at his Instagram right now. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great work and super prolific, and just I'm trying to remember when I first saw his work. I think because he may have done a story with Mark Waid while I was also working with Mark, and you know, it was great then. But since then he's just gotten better and better and better and better. So keep an eye on him. At this point, he does not need my endorsement. He's doing fine on his own. But he's the first one that comes to mind, and he's like not new at all.
Max Fedyushkin had posted his name in the comments, so if you guys want to look him up on Instagram, you can just copy that name there.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Max. We appreciate that. So we're getting close. We're getting close to the end of the panel, but I believe, and just so you guys, if you have any questions about how this auction is going to work, we're going to start the auction, and then there will be incremental bidding. So everyone that bids, we'll probably start it at a set price, and then if you want to bid, it'll be increments of $50, and then wherever it ends, we'll do a countdown from 10, and we'll see where it ends up. It's going to be exciting. So, but yeah, so Paolo, we really appreciate you taking the time to do this today. I did want to ask you, kind of like with the current state of the comic industry and everything, where do you think things are going from here? I know Marvel is going to start shipping again next month, so we're going to have Marvel books back in the stores. But do you think that in some ways that having this little bit of a pause was a good thing, that maybe now this, the companies can kind of, take a look at what they've been doing and maybe reevaluate certain things? Do you think it might change things moving forward?
You're asking the wrong dude. I have no idea. Like Mark Hay, he would have a better idea because he actually owns a comic book shop, and I'm sure he was not happy about, I don't think anybody was happy about this, but I can see where it could make some institutions stronger because they got a shock. But I don't know. Like me personally, it hasn't affected. I kind of do what I do. I'm in a position and have been for a while. I've been very fortunate that I can pick what I want to do, and so this didn't really affect me at all. However, this is the first time that I wrote and painted an 8-page story, which this is the first time I had ever done something like that. It was for Marvel. And this delayed it. So they finally do have a publication date for it, or they did, and then they pushed it back. So I think it'll be out in July. I did a vision story for Alex Ross's anthology project, Marvel Snapshots. And so it was just kind of weird I was so excited, and I was also like way past deadline. So in some ways this helped me. But again, you don't, as far as the industry as a whole, I don't know. I've never paid that much attention to the distribution. I know that Diamond had like a stranglehold on everything, so I don't even know how that's working anymore. So yeah, I plead ignorance, and I just kind of focus on the work, I'm afraid.
Very, very cool. And boom! Our final $150 offer piece is Cyclops. Who is going to take it? There it is. There he is. All right. It looks like we've got a winner. Tim Molyneux. Tim Molyneux. Congratulations. You are the winner.
Thanks, Tim.
And Tim, if you will contact Mark at splashpageart.com, he will get you settled up. Congratulations, Tim. Thanks to everybody for your enthusiasm on that stuff. Don't forget, we're going to be auctioning off this Wonder Woman, so stay tuned. We're almost done with this panel, and then coming up next, we've got Joe Quesada of Marvel Comics, so you're definitely going to want to stay tuned for that. Paulo, is there... Go
ahead. When you see Joe, be sure and tell him, thank you for giving me a career.
I think can hang out and talk to him yourself there, brother.
I think I might just stay on to just troll him.
You should.
I'm reminded of interaction.
Tim, that is correct. Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
I guess I was pretty brash as a youth. There was a time when I was living in New York, and I went to go visit the offices back before the security was so high in these places. And I went to get buzzed in or whatever, and I was having trouble getting in. And so I just called the editor-in-chief and said, "Hey, I'm outside. Can you let me in?" And he actually came down to get me. I'm like, and when I told my fellow editors, they're like, "Whoa, you just went straight to the top." I'm like, well, "Why not? He's a nice guy. He let me in." So yeah, Joe's always been nice to me. He's always been a great guy. Aside from giving me, a chance when I was young, he's just an all-around solid dude.
Very, very cool. Well, we are counting down the minutes until the next panel. I think, Mark, should we go ahead and kind of start the auctioning side of this, and we'll kind of get that going, and then what we'll do is we'll give people a chance to bid up until we wrap up, and then that way it'll give Paulo a little time to kind of do some finishing touches here. And
Sure.
That is looking great, Paulo.
Let me preface that this is pencil and inks only. We definitely don't have time for colors, unfortunately. But as you can see, it's turning out fantastic. So,
I thought Mark, I thought we were gonna do. I thought we were gonna do colors.
Well,
I may not.
We
finish
have.
them.
Okay, so if you want to do colors, that's great. Obviously, you all will be bidding on the finished piece without seeing it, but I think you have faith in Paolo to produce an amazing piece of artwork based on everything you've seen so far. So let's go ahead and do pencil, inks, and colors then. That's what we're doing, Paolo, right?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay, so you are going to be bidding on a finished piece. So what you're seeing here is the pencil stage. This piece will be inked. It will be colored. So whoever wins this will win a fully inked and colored piece, just so that's clear, so everybody understands. And a lot of people, Inker Jetly says, in Paulo we trust. I agree. In Paulo we do trust.
Thanks, man.
So, all right. So we're going to open the bidding on this at Mark. Go ahead.
We were going to say 200, but it looks like we already have a $350 offer. Muddy Colors.
Muddy Colors opening the bid.
Oh, wow.
So I'll let you take it from here, Walters.
Okay, so our opening bid is $350. We're going to take bids in $50 increments. If anyone would like to outbid Muddy Colors, you can do so. The next bid will be $400, and then it will go from there from $450, $500. Once again, $50 increments, guys. Okay, David Wasserman is in for $500. We have a $500 bid from David Wasserman. Right now, that is the number to beat. It looks like
I'm going to get some ice cream tonight.
Brian and Anchor, we've got a $500 bid currently. That's the next bid to beat. Okay, Tiang Woon Ming is in for $600. We have a $600 bid from Tiang Woon Ming. So if the next bid would be $650, or if you want to take it up another notch, you can do that as well. So we're at a $600 bid right now. That is the number to beat. And again, you are bidding on a fully finished piece. Right now, you're seeing the pencil stage of the piece. This piece will be inked and it will be fully colored. So the final piece that you win will be an inked and colored piece from Paolo Rivera. So we're at $600. Anyone want to beat $600? Post in the comments. We are keeping an eye. Jam6534 is in for $650. We have a $650 bid. That is the number to beat right now. Just out of curiosity, Paulo, when you're working on a piece like this, especially when you're taking it from, pencils to inks to colors, how long does that typically take you from start to finish? Is it kind of like, do you spread it out over time? Do you just do it all in one sitting? What is the usual time that it takes for something like that?
Definitely multiple sittings. Something like this in general, if it's just a portrait bust, an hour to pencil, hour to ink, and maybe it all depends. Like each character is different. I can color in an hour, but sometimes it takes 2. If I'm doing fully painted, maybe it can take 6 to 8 hours.
Got it. Okay, folks, we have got 1 minute left. So if you guys want to, right now, Jam6534 has the high bid of $650. If anybody would like to beat that bid, you now have exactly 1 minute left. We are going to wrap this up at 12:55 because we have to get ready for the next panel. And it looks like,
so Paolo, we have a question.
Yep.
Anchor Jetly would like to know what size is the finished piece.
Oh, it's 9 by 12.
9x12. Okay, there you go. Okay, Tiang Woon Ming is in for $750. Tiang Woon Ming, $750. That is our current bid right now. If anybody would like to beat that, you now have approximately 30 seconds left. We're counting down from 30 seconds. And if anyone would like to beat that bid, we're at $50 increments. We're at $750 right now for the high bid. Tiang Woon Ming has the high bid. We are now at 20 seconds. So anyone wants to beat that, you have 20 seconds. Well, now you have less than 20 seconds to do that. Just as we wrap this up, Paulo, do you want to give out your social media? I'm assuming you're all over the place, Instagram, Twitter, and on Facebook and everything.
Yeah, just Paolo M. Rivera, both on Twitter and Instagram.
And if you guys would, go ahead.
Oh, and I'm on Facebook too. I think it's paulo.rivera.art.
And if you guys would like to purchase original art from Paolo Rivera, you can do so at splashpageart.com. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're counting down 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it looks like Tiang Woon Ming with $750 is our high bidder. Congratulations,
Awesome.
Tiang Woon Ming.
Thank you very much.
If you contact Mark at splashpageart.com, that is the email. Mark will settle up with you. And again, you will be receiving a fully inked and fully colored piece. Right now, you're getting the appetizer. Later, you will have the main course. Paulo, this has been a real treat. Thank you so much for taking time to talk to us today. And hopefully, let's do this again if you're up for it. This was a real pleasure.
Oh, thank you so much. This was great. I had an awesome time. Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Yeah, thank you for being a part of Comic Art Live. All right, everybody, we will be right back with Joe Quesada. Stay tuned to Comic Art Live. Huge thanks to Paolo Rivera. Mark, any last words?
No, just thank you to everybody, and I will get back with you later this evening. If you want a piece, obviously I'm going to have my hands full. I've received a lot of emails today, so I will get back with you soon, and we'll get it all taken care of. Paolo has the pieces with him, so it is going to take a little while to get them in my possession, and then I will ship them out from there.
All right. Thank you, folks. Thanks, Paulo. Stay tuned, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Most of the comic creators that were working piecemeal. They were working without any sort of retirement plan.
They interceded. It enabled me to get a home.
They appeared on the horizon to help me.
I think it's just great that they're even doing something like this.
Hi, I'm Stan Lee, and I support the Hero Initiative because everyone deserves a golden age.
Hi, everyone. I want to welcome you to our next panel. We've got Joe Quesada, and he will be interviewed by the Word Balloon podcast by John Cientres. And I'm going to bring them on right now. welcome you guys. I'm going to back out. Thank you, Joe, for doing this.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks a lot, Bill. Good to see you, Joe.
Hey, John, how are you? It's been a while.
It has been a while, but it's great to see you, man. And I'm sorry under these circumstances, but once again, all the creators banding together. It's very reminiscent of an initiative you were part of, a long time ago for September 11th. And I think there's a lot of echoes of what's going on now with that initiative.
Yeah, it's the creative community always comes together at times like these, which is one of the beauties, one of the many beauties of the comics industry. So I'm just proud to be a little small part of it.
Absolutely. Well, you're doing an amazing piece for that you're auctioning on eBay, and I love it. It's called Florence, and I know you got the visual handy. There it is. Yeah. Very reminiscent of the stuff that Marvel did in the wake of 9/11, the Call of Duty books, as I remember, first responder books and everything, which I always thought was kind of a cool comic that you guys did.
Yeah, it was the first one was the Heroes magazine, which was a series of poster images and some text pieces by some of the best writers and artists in our industry. I'll tell you a really, really wonderful story about that. I mean, it was put together during a trying time. So again, to see the comics community come together at that point, and it didn't matter if you were from Marvel or DC, but it was a beautiful initiative. Yeah. Many years later, it took me a while to actually go downtown to see the exhibits, the 9/11 museum, and then to also go up into the tower, the Freedom Tower. Years later, it was still a little raw, but my wife convinced me to go along because we were taking our daughter. So we did the 9/11 exhibit, which is it's rough to get through if you live through it, right? But it's an amazingly poignant and touching exhibit. It's beautifully done. So I was in complete awe of this thing as I walked through it. And then at the very, very end, you get to the end and there's the doors and we get through the glass doors, and then there's one final exhibit as you get through the glass doors that end the thing. And it's just a case of how New York responded, how other parts of New York responded. And I had no idea. And I looked down in the case, and there in the case is the Heroes magazine with Alex Ross's painted cover on it. And, I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of weeped a little bit. Actually, I weeped a lot, but it was so touching because I had no idea it was there. I took a photo of it. I sent it to Alex Ross, sent it to the folks at Marvel saying, hey, look, just so you know, that was, it was incredible to see it there. Especially seeing everything that was in that exhibit, but it was quite moving. So this piece just came about. Somebody on Facebook had posted. We actually, let me back up a little. We had a cover initiative a few years ago at Marvel called "I Am Captain America," and the idea behind this cover initiative was just to show how everyday Americans in everyday walks of life are heroes, and so you'll see a farmer wearing Captain America kind of, embroidered regalia. You'll see a mailman, whatever it may be, just people in everyday walks of life. And the one that I did was because I have such an affinity for firemen and history. I just did sort of this close up of a fireman and with his helmet in the middle of, clearly in the middle of a fire. And the sort of ID shield that they wear at the top of the helmet was Captain America's shield. Wow. And somebody posted that on Facebook and I just had forgotten about it. And it just hit me. I'm like, oh man, I wonder if I could do one now. So I just started drawing this piece, and probably one of the quickest cover pieces I've done in a very, very long time. So it was done in pencil, and then I digitally inked it, and then it was digitally colored. So this is the actual piece. Hey guys, hopefully you can see me because I'm frozen up here on your screen.
I can see you fine. No, you're
okay,
still.
So I'm going. So I don't care if I'm frozen up or not, but I seem to have lost my cursor as well.
No problem. While you're figuring that out, I'll point out, because I don't know if people can tell from the resolution of the piece, but as Joe's kind of intimating, Florence, the figure in the piece, is wearing a Captain America mask, which is terrific. Yeah. And I know in the piece, and I never get Richard's last name right, so you tell me, Richard.
Easenoff.
Thank you, man. Yes, of course, from the 14. Was it 14? Oh God, the Neil Gaiman story. That's what I remember.
1602. 1602.
No, too. Okay, I was going wrong century. Yes, I was told there'd be no math today, but I think that's a terrific piece, Joe. Honestly, and it is beautiful, and also some evocative of the time right now. It's a very poignant piece.
Thanks, man. So what's happening here on my end, just so you know, technically, is I've touched my screen, so now my screen is fast forwarding through everything that just happened. So eventually, I think I'll get my cursor back once it catches up.
It's all good, man. I'll ask you more questions. Joe, I don't think I've ever asked you about that period from Event Comics to Marvel Knights, and what was that meeting like? And I don't even know who you met with for you and Jimmy Palmiotti to bring what you were doing at Event Comics to start the imprint that really got the ball rolling at a very crucial time for Marvel.
The meeting occurred with the then president of Marvel Comics, a gentleman by the name of Joe Calamari. And hang on a second, let me just
sure, buddy.
Now, let's see here. We can. Okay, there we go. We've caught up. Joe Calamari was president of Marvel at the time. Joey Squid, as we called him, and he was cool with that. It's okay with calling Joe Calamari Joey Squid. And Joe had met with us as a recommendation from Gareb Shamus, who's the guy who owned Wizard Magazine, publisher Wizard Magazine. And I guess Joe, they were just done with the Heroes Reborn thing, and Joe was looking at ways to try to spike sales. And Gareb had mentioned a few names to him, and one of them was Event Comics, Jimmy, myself. The other one, I believe, was Chaos Comics, because people forget that actually Chaos launched a line of comics right around the same time as Marvel Knights, as Event Comics did. So Joe was just looking to bring in some fresh blood, see what different perspectives. I mean, he was taking a shot. So he had this meeting with Joe, and he said, yeah, you can imagine what Joey Squid sounds like, right? He sounds exactly what you imagine. He's like, yeah, I hear you guys, do some really good marketing, guerrilla marketing, and you've done a lot with very little money, and we talked about it. We talked about and it's right, because the conversation Jimmy and I had with Joe wasn't unlike any conversation that we normally had with each other when we go to our local bar and just sit there and have lunch, and we would play fantasy Marvel editor-in-chiefs, right? Because everybody does that, right? If I was in charge of that company, I wouldn't do this and I'd do that. And so we sat there, we just kind of had that same conversation with him. And he took it in, and then he said, okay, well, look, you guys come up with a plan. Come up with what you think you could handle, because at that time we've always been a 3-person company, basically, right? So it was me, Jimmy, and our publisher at the time was Lori Braddock, who was just amazing. She was my art agent and became our publisher. Wow. And Lori really sort of stoked and poked us to start this company. So he knew we were just a 3-person company. So he knew that we only had a limited amount of resources to do books. But he also knew we were really kind of well connected within the creative community. So, Jimmy and I went back to my apartment, which was 2 blocks from Marvel and also 2 blocks from where this restaurant was. Okay. And I believe it was Casa Mia restaurant. I don't think it's there anymore. But it's where all the Marvel editors used to go for lunch and stuff. So we go back to my apartment, and we start to strategize, and we say, okay, well, we could probably do 4 books, and we could probably call on these creator friends of ours to do this. So we could probably, lean on a couple other friends to help us with some of the production stuff. And we had to figure out the logistics, because, Lori was in Chicago, we were in New York. Okay. And we also were trying to figure out exactly, we knew what Marvel had gone through with Heroes Reborn, right? From an internal, I'm not going to talk about sales. I'm not going to talk about personalities or anything like that. It just from the point of view of being a staffer who works at Marvel. If you're a staffer that worked at Marvel, you're an editor who works at Marvel, and suddenly your books are pulled from you and they go off to some other companies out in the West Coast, you got to be thinking to yourself, well, how much longer am I going to still be here? Is Marvel just going to give, the Image crew but what's going to happen? So there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of, I think there was some anger there, but also I think the uncertainty more than anything was really kind of festering. So once that was over, we heard a lot of the sort of nightmare stories. So one of the plans that Jimmy and I had was, okay, we think we could do 4 books. Let's also ask for office space at Marvel, because and the truth behind it is because we didn't need to go to an office. We could work out of our apartment. But the truth of the matter was that that we knew that in order to have some sort of longevity, we wanted the Marvel crew to embrace us, because a lot of them were also our friends, right? So now here, because to them, if we did this, the news is just going to sound like the same thing with Heroes Reborn, right? They're just handing books over. And we knew we weren't going to get Spider-Man and the X-Men. And we kind of really didn't want Spider-Man and the X-Men. What we definitely wanted, the two linchpins to the deal, were Daredevil and Black Panther. I knew we'd get Black Panther very easily because Black Panther wasn't being published at that time. Daredevil was going to be a little tougher, but we knew that we could do something with the character. We knew that it was dying in sales. And then Punisher, which was near and dear to Jimmy, because we'd actually gotten our start working together creatively on paper, doing some Punisher covers. And then we were trying to think of what else is sitting there that Marvel hasn't done anything with that might be a diamond in the rough. And that's when the Inhumans idea came up. So we knew we wanted to come back to Joe with the idea for 4 books and office space. Put us in the office. We want to go through all the jump through all the hoops that an editor has to jump through in order to get a book approved and then published. So that's what we did. But before doing that, when Joe called us in for our second meeting, Jimmy and I we got together in my apartment first. We just talked it all out, and I said, okay, great. So we're gonna ask for 4 books, but before that, we're gonna ask to be co-editor in chiefs. We're just gonna ask him to give us all the books. Just put us in charge. And Jimmy's like, what? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, he's not going to give us that. I'm like, of course he's not going to give us that. But then when we say 4 books, it'll sound a little more manageable. And when we ask for Daredevil, that'll sound a little more manageable. Because it's clear that he wants us there. He liked our personality. We were New York guys, and sure, he's an East Coast guy. So we had that. I'm not sure if it was a lunch or dinner. I think this one might have been a lunch. And Joe said, all right, so what do you guys want? And I said, without a really straight face, just make us co-editor in chiefs. I was really just a really arrogant statement. Make us co-editor in chiefs, and we will bring Marvel back to being number one. We'll bring comic books back, the whole thing, right? It was chock full of hyperbole. And he leans back and he laughs. And he's like, how about if we give you 4 books?
Boom.
Perfect. And then, then we talked about Daredevil, and he said, I think I could do that, right? And the rest of the characters were pretty easy. And then we talked about the office space, and he liked that idea. And as it turned out, they had available office space because they had in that building, was it 287 or 257? I don't know. It's on Park Avenue. Okay. And on that building, they had built an annex. I don't even know if these things are legal anymore these days, but what they did was, in every building, aside from elevators, there are staircases, stairwells that go, internal stairwells, fire stairwells that go up to the roof, right? And if you see any traditional rooftops in New York, you'll see that there's always like this little hut thing, which is sort of where the staircases come up, and you open up the door and you're on the roof. This building took that and actually built a pocket office building. Just built like the shed kind of thing, but it was an office. It had 4 offices and a little lobby. The elevator did not go up there; it was only stairs, and they put us up there. And it was the coolest thing ever because we had like our own office building. It was like a miniature office building. The downside to it was that it was still a little too sequestered from Marvel. So we would constantly go downstairs and ask people to come on up. And I remember when we finally moved in, we couldn't get people to come up. They just didn't know we were there, or they didn't like that we were there, or were dubious or didn't know what was going on up there. And so we did the one thing that we've always done that always breaks the ice. We served free food. We announced a pizza party, and the people were lined up out of the door like, hey, how you guys doing? And that kind of stuff. So it took a little while for the crew to warm to us, but I think they saw that we were, really, really working hard, keeping crazy hours. We were there 7 days a week. I mean, by the way, at that point, also, one of the important things that happened was that Lori Braddock, our publisher, had realized that we wouldn't be able to grow this thing with her being in Chicago, but she also didn't want to relocate. She wanted to stay out in Illinois, wanted to raise a family. And at that point, we had a young lady by the name of Nancy DeKeesian who was assisting Lori as sort of the go-between here in New York, between her and Jimmy and I. So she was working with her, facilitating a lot of stuff she needed here on the East Coast. And she just said, why don't you just let Nancy be your publisher? She could do this. Wow. She's fantastic. And she was. I mean, she was working at Archie at the time, right? So she was sort of moonlighting with us. She's a 15-year veteran of Archie. She was the manager of all their digest books. And if you know, wow, that's a lot of work, right? And she took a leap. She took a leap of faith and left Archie for 15 years and then came on over to work with Marvel Knights. And she brought over her assistant from Archie, a young lady named Kelly Lammy. And they were a 2-person wrecking crew. They did everything outside of the drawing, inking, the stuff that makes the comics. Sure. They did everything else, from the billing, insurance, and scheduling, and you name it. And then I was lucky enough to marry Nancy DeKeys. And so she's the managing editor of my life, but it was a fun time. It really was.
That's amazing. So did you have these creators in mind for Marvel Knights? I mean, Chris Priest, Black Panther, obviously Kevin Smith on Daredevil, and Paul Jenkins on Inhumans. I mean, and I'm forgetting Punisher, who was on
Punisher was Chris Golden and Tom Stagnowski and Bernie Wrightson. So wow. To start with, we had those creators in mind. Probably with the exception of Paul Jenkins. Paul Jenkins came new to us. Let's see how this works. So Kevin Smith was absolutely the first person. When we were talking about Daredevil, even before we got the gig, we're like, man, we should go to Kevin. I know how much he loves this character, but we had to hold off till we had it. So once we had it, we asked Kevin. That's a whole other story. That if you want to, I mean, Kevin's been on my morning warm up stream.
Yes,
so he tells that story quite graphically. Kevin was the guy who wanted for that. Black Panther, I absolutely wanted Priest. For those of you who don't know, Christopher Priest, isn't his original name. His original name was Jim Owsley. Yep. Jim Owsley was the editor who sort of just hired me off the street at DC. He gave me my first real mainstream comics job. Yep. And then he left comics, and then he started writing comics. And I've always loved him as an editor, a person, and then he was really hitting his stride writing. And I'm like, this is the guy to write Black Panther. Plus, it's to me, it's paying it forward too, right?
Absolutely, yeah, man. Wasn't he your editor on Azrael?
No, he was my editor on Spelljammer, The Ray.
That's right.
Yeah, so he got my foot into the door, and he had a lot of confidence in me.
Yeah, man.
And just love the guy. Cannot tell you how much I love that guy.
Brilliant writer, and I obviously good editor, good eye for talent. Absolutely.
He's phenomenal. And then for Inhumans. Jay Lee was a friend of ours, and we knew Jay was in between projects, and Jay had some difficulty at that time getting stuff in on time, so there were people wary when we said Jay Lee is going to do Inhumans, and then Jay had recommended Paul Jenkins. So Paul came to us through, because we didn't know Paul before that. Okay. And that turned out to be a beautiful marriage as well in that book. And then Bernie Wrightson, we knew from all the sort of New York parties we threw, and we loved Bernie. And Tom and Chris, we'd known for years as well, through their work at Vampirella and at Harris Comics. And so they were all part of our circle of friends. And that's kind of how it started. And also in the back of our mind, we also knew, Garth Ennis is, a longtime friend of ours, and we knew that Garth would come on board at some time to do something. But by the time that Marvel Knights had started, Garth was in overload. I mean, he was doing everything. So there wasn't even a window at that time. And we had other, we had other creators like Garth in the back of our minds that, someday we will pull the trigger and say, hey, now that we're established, what do you guys think? So we had a plan, which is better than what we usually have.
It all worked out, man. I mean, it was amazing. And then, obviously you take over as editor-in-chief, and you and Jemis really revitalized Marvel. Go back to basics with characters, I think, which is I remember that from our initial conversations and stuff, that, you would talk about. That was what was necessary, really looking at each character and saying, okay, what makes this character distinct? Who is Daredevil? Who is Captain America? Things like that.
Yeah, I mean, there were things that I think both Bill and I learned from each other. You know, the one route that I was definitely taking once, first of all, the fact that I became editor in chief, that was pretty heady, right? I had no idea, and you know, if you had asked me at any point in my career, yeah, you can be editor in chief at Marvel, I would have just laughed in your face, right? So, except for that time with Joe Calamari. but even then, it was a joke. So the one thing I distinctly remember reading an interview by I think it was an interview with Michael Eisner, who had been the head of Disney at that point, talking about how they revitalized their animation division, right, with Lion King and things like that by deciding to just go back to Walt's plan, right? The roadmap to success. I'm paraphrasing here, but what made Disney successful, all that stuff was right in front of them. They just had to go back and follow the those guidelines. So I remember becoming editor in chief, and again in those days when Jimmy and I would play fantasy editor in chief, I'm like, just why don't they just follow Stan's plan? You know, it's right there. And part of that plan wasn't just how you look at the characters, but also part of that plan was how you communicated with the fans. Now, I always say that Stan has had a mutant power, and his mutant power was that he would be able to write those soapbox columns, write a letters page, whatever it may be. Even before you saw Stan, you would read Stan. And you would read these things that he would write, and you felt like he was talking to you, only to you, Bunky, not to the kid behind you or only to you. But the kid behind you was reading these things, thinking the exact same thing. That's what his power was. And then when you meet Stan, and if you ever had the pleasure in your life to meet Stan, you would know exactly. He lived up to all expectations. He'd put his hand on your shoulder. He'd say, "How you doing?" And that's the guy. And you would feel like he's known you his entire life. And that's an incredible power to have. And then even on screen, he was able to express these exact same mutant powers. Now, I don't have that mutant power. But when I started, I had the internet. So I made it my point that I'm going to start talking to the fans. And I'm going to start talking to the fans frankly, because I love the way that Stan talked to us frankly. I remember one of my favorite soapboxes of Stan was the day that Jack Kirby left Marvel. And rather than, now, in a lot of other companies would just not say anything. Jack would just be gone. Or they would spin it in some way, leave of absence, whatever it may be. Stan tackled it directly. He said, "Hey, guys, here's what's happening. Stan's leaving, and again, I'm paraphrasing. Jack's leaving. He's going on to work at the Distinguished Club. And, congratulations, Jack, blah, blah, blah. But we still have," and he just rattles off all the talent he has. So he's able to deal with it directly and express how cool it's still going to be at Marvel. We're fine. Essentially, it was like, we're good. We're okay. We're going to miss Jack, but we're okay. And I was a huge Jack Kirby fan. Sure. And I was heartbroken that he left, but reading this soapbox, Stan made me feel better. But also, even as a kid, reading this soapbox, I knew that's not what most people would say. They would like spin it in some other way. So it stuck with me. So when I started doing these columns that were called Joe Friday at the time, and then that morphed into Cup of Joe.
Yes, sir.
I took on all comers. And some of the answers they didn't like. It was some of the answers weren't pretty, but I wanted to make sure that I would let them know exactly how the sausage was made, so that they'd understand how some of these decisions are made. Right? Why isn't your favorite creator on this? Why isn't your favorite character doing that? Well, here's why. Here's how we see it from our point of view. Agree or disagree. And I wanted to continue that connection and start talking to fans, because Jimmy and I did that a lot with Event Comics and on our Event Comic message boards. We're always open to the fans. And at conventions, the same thing. And then, this manifested itself into panels at conventions where, I take on all comers, any questions. It could be about comics, the way I dress, my hairstyle. It didn't matter. We'll take them all, take it all on. And some of them were tough questions, but I found that when we dealt frankly with some people, most people, they were like, okay, that's cool. I'll tell you one quick story.
Sure.
There was a fateful San Diego where Marvel did not show up to San Diego, right? We were still in chapter 11. It might have been my first year's editor in chief, maybe second year, but we just looked at it and said we just can't justify spending the money, right? Wow. We're a public company, and so we didn't have a booth, but I did have a Cup of Joe panel, and I had a gentleman who raised his hand and expressed how upset he was. As again, he was upset, he was livid, but he expressed it in a way that it hit home to me. And he said, as a stockholder, as a Marvel stockholder, regardless of what that stock is worth, I am upset that you guys are not here. And then I explained to him exactly why we weren't there. And as a Marvel stockholder, you should probably look at this as a good thing, because we're not spending your money frivolously just yet. We'll be back, but just, we're doing the prudent thing. I don't think he and I chatted after that. And I don't know if we went away happy with that answer, but flash forward now a year or so, and a couple of years. And again, to his credit, right? Because most people just complain and walk away. He came to a Cup of Joe panel, and at that point, the Marvel stock was soaring. I think it had split. It was making people a lot of money. And he came to the microphone and he said, I want to thank you and like Perlmutter and all the staff at Marvel. You did the right thing. He's like, I'm very, very happy. My stock went up, and then he and I chatted afterwards, and it was really very nice and really gracious. And by the way, I'm glad he expressed that opinion, because when he expressed that opinion, I was able to take it back to Marvel and show it to all the top people, including Ike Perlmutter, about a concerned stockholder. And that started things percolating with respect to how we should be dealing with San Diego. And it really helped a lot. So it's that communication with fans that I found that was really, really important when I took over as editor-in-chief. And like I would tell Bill, I'm like, you know what? There's a plan. There's a plan for success from Marvel. There's a roadmap and a guide and a user manual, and it's in a metaphorical desk. It's in Stan Lee's metaphorical editors-in-chief desk. All we have to do is look at that user manual and understand, okay, that was Marvel 1.0, we're at Marvel 4.0, whatever it is right now. All we got to do is take that manual on how to build this car and just build it with sort of modern day gear, but it's all the same and it will run great. And there was a lot of that we did. And then Bill's perspective of like, let's really look at these books, because I forget how many X-Men books we had at the time, but are each of these X-Men books telling different types of X-Men stories, or are they just the same story being told over and over again with a different cast of characters?
Yep.
The answer was the latter. So we worked to try to differentiate the books. We had to cancel some books. We had to, move on from certain books. And not all of it worked, but it was the Wild West. But we were, it was either that or have the best seat in Titanic. So we were trying anything we could. And, things started to really escalate in a good way from there. But again, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. It wasn't just me and Bill. We had a tremendous editorial team. We had a tremendous management team, a business team behind us, legal team behind us. It was nutty, but it was because it was a lot of trial and error. The company was, it could have evaporated. And for people, like I said, people sometimes give me and Bill too much credit in this, because it was a team. And if it had failed, we would have gotten the blame. That's for sure. But I love that time, and I love working with everyone who was around that time. A lot of those people are still there. And it's one of those. There's a lot of people who've been involved in rags to riches stories, right? Where a company is just down in the dumps and boom, they become successful, or nobody expects anything from them. Yeah. But there haven't been many companies. I'm trying to figure out, I don't think there's many companies that were at one point really sky high and then went to rags and then went back to riches. And that's a story that, at least, I could say I was a small part of that. And I'm incredibly proud to be part of that, the small part of that team that was able to do something that's really, really almost impossible to do.
Well, and the through line then went to television and film. And I mean, really, obviously the success since Iron Man, that has happened with the MCU, and of course in television as well. The creative panel, like any good memories of the time when and as your role right now as chief creative officer, I imagine you're still in the mix and everything as far as when things are on the drawing board.
Yeah. Actually, my title's changed. I'm not chief creative. It's what am I now? Executive vice president, creative director. So
okay.
These are just titles.
I was going to ask, has the job changed or no?
The job has changed in the sense that there's a lot more things going on, right? And those things have higher price tags. But ultimately, the thing to really to constantly be vigilant of is the publishing division, which I think I know the publishing division is really, while it may not be the biggest financial division in terms of like the biggest money making division when you have successes in the company, it is the division that feeds everything in the company, right? Because you can, publishing is a constant churn of creativity. We talk about monthly comics, but really comics come out, when they come out in the normal world, they come out every week. Every week, when you think about that, not just Marvel, but DC, Image, Boom, IDW, Dark, every company out there. When you think about how much creative product is put out on a weekly basis, that's a tremendous amount of creativity, a tremendous amount of creative energy that's out there and artwork. So just looking at the Marvel end of it, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of creative energy. It's a lot of ideas, and we're putting them out weekly, monthly, yearly, year after year after year. It's a creative Sisyphus stone. It's you roll it up the hill. You roll that book up the hill, and you're like done. It's published. It rolls back down the hill, and you got the next one, right? And now, if you think about that, if you start thinking about, wow, this will be going on decades after I'm done with comics, it'll still be going up and down that hill. It's a tremendous amount of creativity. That creativity feeds all the other divisions, right? It's very clear in how Kevin Feige, the beauty of the Marvel movies, what Kevin Feige and his team did or are doing is looking at the comics, which is a smart thing. He's looking at the comics, which have a built-in demographic that tells you very clearly whether they like something or they don't. And okay, which are the stories and the character moments that would make for a great movie? So then when you make these movies, when he makes these movies, they to a Marvel reader, they don't seem foreign. They don't seem like they're not a part of our DNA. They're clearly part of our DNA. For a viewer in the movie theater who doesn't know anything about Marvel Comics, it's a joy, because we all know that joy of discovering Marvel Comics. And that's the magic of distilling these ideas. But that's where publishing is so important. We have to make sure that our publishing division is always operating at peak creativity. That doesn't mean that every book is going to be a hit. No, chances are, the larger percentage of books aren't going to be huge hits. But even within those books that aren't huge hits, there might be germs of ideas that would make great movie moments or great movies or great TV shows. I will always go back to Blade. While it wasn't a Marvel movie at the time, Blade is a comic. Couldn't give Blade away, right? but it's a high concept. Whoa. As a high concept in the hands of a stylistic filmmaker or a stylistic studio, I would argue that it's one of the best comic book movies out there. It still holds up.
I agree.
And it's such a great character, but it's much tougher to transpose that character into the comics. But something about it really worked well in film, and we do stuff like that all the time. So the comics are so important in that sense. That creative churn, that creative energy, which is something that I like to focus on a lot these days.
The Great Legend Show donated $5.99 and asked, who is your favorite character in the Fantastic Four?
In the Fantastic Four? Ooh, it's definitely Ben.
Yeah.
It's definitely Ben. I love Ben. And the thing is that you don't always see him written correctly, or at least written correctly from me. And I think most recently, I on my show, and I'm not just gonna. God, I hate kissing his butt. Chip Zdarsky writes one of the best Ben Grimms.
I agree.
He just
2 and 1 was amazing. I completely
agree. Canadian. Chip is Canadian. How does it happen?
Something in the translation. I always say that the Things relationship with Doctor Doom is really interesting because it's the jock against the nerd. And as far as both of them are concerned, they're still in college having that argument. And that's what I love, and I love when writers have the thing called Doom Vic. And it's, Vic, and it's just like, you're a jerk. You were a jerk in school. You're still that same jerk. And Doom goes to the schoolyard too. It's like, oh, Grim, you idiot. And it's like, that's amazing. I love that.
And that it's just, when I think of the Fantastic Four and the beauty of the creation of those characters, and one of my favorite things that we did with the Fantastic Four was actually an Ultimate Fantastic Four, where I think Mark Miller tapped into it by not just telling stories of a family, but enhancing the family by bringing in more family. And I know some fans bristled at it. I'm like, no, with the Fantastic Four, you find some secondary family members. That's what the book is about. It's all about family. So it doesn't have to just be 4 people, but even peripheral family. That's when those characters in that book really sings for me, because again, the high concept, so simple, and yet, so hard to not be able to pull it off as well as some other writers can.
The lesson of community that you learned from Stan, you're paying it forward with what you're doing online today, Joe. You're almost a morning DJ these days, man. In terms of and also an evening DJ. You're double duty, dude.
Hang on. I'm gonna plug it here. If my cursor froze up again. If I don't pay attention to my screen, you guys can't see what I'm seeing. It's a mess. But I do a show a Marvel's YouTube channel called The Morning Warm Up. It's actually JQ's The Morning Warm Up, but again, I don't like speaking in the third person, so I just call it the warm up. And I try to do it twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. I've gone down to twice because I realized it takes a lot of time to do one of these shows. So much respect out there, man. And it's just I'm just interviewing guests from different walks of life, a lot of comic folks, some actors, novelists, comedians, and it's all about the creative process, about people's secret origins, however deep into their secret we want to go, but also just to show people in the creative world, whether they're in comics or in any other creative field, what it takes to break in, because there are while the roads are different, there are common threads that we all sort of share on the road to breaking it in. I hear a lot of creators say luck, and I bristle at luck, right? I really, really do. I mean, there's some fortune involved here, but I am a big believer in, anything you perceive as luck, like right place, right time. You put yourself there. You may not know it, but you put yourself there. And it's just a great conversation with a lot of different people. On Friday, I had Olivier Coipel, who was fascinating because I've known Olivier for a while, but I didn't know a lot of his history growing up in France. And we find a lot about that. And he drew on camera for us. And I can go on and on. We have lots of great guests. On Monday, we'll have Margaret Stoll. And Margie's fantastic. So yes, it's just I started it during this COVID-19 thing as a way to offer maybe whatever fans would like to tune in, a bit of a distraction, since books weren't coming out and there was fear that, oh my God, the industry's gonna die. No, the industry's not gonna die. We're gonna be okay. Yeah. But it was also a big distraction for me because sitting at home, and even though I talked to a lot of artists about this, and hang on, oh wait, now I can show the logo. Here we go.
Cool.
My cursor's back. Let's see here. There it is. Okay. Enough of that.
There you go. There it is. Do it one more time, Joe. It blinked too quickly.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I see. You went for the full Monty here. Here we go.
Yeah. No, you're there it is. Excellent, man.
Morning warm up. So usually Mondays and Fridays, but that's it's flexible. I try to broadcast live the Olivia Coipella episode. We had to pre-record because we were having some Skype issues. But usually it's live, and usually I screw up technically, so it's part of the. I like to say it's part of the charm of the show, but really I just screw up. So. I lost my train of thought. Oh, anyway, so it was a distraction as well for me, and like I talked to many artists where if you've been a freelance artist at any point for any kind of field, you are very mentally prepared, probably more than a lot of people, to work at home, every day.
Yep.
But something psychological about knowing that you really shouldn't go out that still plays havoc with your brain, because even though I rarely go out when I'm working from home in my studio, I do know that if I just walk out the door and go to the restaurant and be fine. But knowing that you really can't, and I know things are improving now, it's still kind of freaky, and you start to feel a little shut in within your usual shut in mode.
I hear you, man. I'm glad you're doing the drink and draw too with Dave Johnson.
Drink and draw, yeah,
that's
drink
fantastic.
And draw.
It's seriously like the mix of people you guys get, and even just the group yourselves and everything. That's just a great casual thing. I've gone to Chicago drink and draws and just been a fly on the wall because I can barely draw a stick, man. But it's fun, and I appreciate again when the artists just get together and BS like that. It's fantastic.
And drink and draw is a completely different vibe. It's a more adult show.
Sure it is, yes.
Right. So if your kids that watch the warm up, don't go see Drink and Draw. But it's it's a much more adult show. They asked me to join the gang because they needed a touch of class. The guys are a little rough around the edges, it's a lot of fart jokes and stuff like that. So they just needed somebody to elevate the content. No, in all seriousness, I mean, it's Dan Panosian, Dave Johnson, and Jeff Johnson, and these guys are the best artists in the business, and I'm embarrassed when I draw next to them.
Oh, no.
But it's a good show, and we have some great guests. We just had Mike Mignola on, and that's on YouTube as well. The original Drink and Draw. We had Mike Mignola on last week, this past Thursday. It was fantastic, and I shudder. We've got Neil Adams.
Oh, great!
Yeah,
that'll be good.
I'll tell you a funny story, because the guys they've been talking about Neil Adams for months, and they're just afraid to ask him. They're just afraid, and I'm like, I'll ask Neil. Come on, really? So we're a bunch of chickens, It's and Neil said, yeah, absolutely. So, but we've had some great guests,
you have
Hevich and
you and Didio sharing war stories and everything, and only having the perspective that the two of you could have in your capacities. Honestly, Guy, I swear it was a fantastic talk. We loved it. When you and Dan Didio were on.
Oh, Didio, yeah. The Didio episode was fascinating too, because I hadn't spoken to Dan in years, and that was great. And Howard Chaykin.
Howard's always fantastic, absolutely.
Yeah, it's just a long list. I mean, we've done a lot of episodes, and they're fun and tragic and sad sometimes. But
That's the episodes I saw, but okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I mean, the morning warm up is straight up interview, like uplifting show, and then if you want to bring your spirits down, you go to Drink and Draw. Now, with Drink and Draw is literally what the guys are trying to create. Like I said, I'm just a guest there, thanks to them. What the guys try to create is literally the experience of hanging out with everybody at a bar. We're just chilling. If you've ever been to a convention bar where there's a lot of creators hanging out, you know exactly what that experience is like, right? It's a lot of poking and prodding and talking crap and stuff and teasing each other. That's exactly what it is. So we make fun of each other all during this. In particular, Jeff Johnson gets the brunt of these, because he is, as I say, Jeff is the best amongst us. So he's got to get tortured the most. But it's a good group of guys, man. It's so much fun to do, and I love doing it. That's on Thursday evenings, 9 p.m. Eastern time.
And it's a pleasure to watch, because again, you guys are working on pieces, and it's a thrill to see what you guys are working on. Much like your piece that you have done for this initiative, I Am America. We have the URL for the eBay in the chat, everybody. So make sure you check that out. Cool. And Joe, I'll thank you, and we can wrap up and everything. There it is. I Am America.
Yeah.
Okay, and great. Yes, thank you. Great legend show. You know, I'm happy to point out things like I love the fact that when you told me, "Hey, guess what we're making next? Guardians of the Galaxy," and I'm like, "Is that a good idea?" I mean, aren't those like D-level characters? And now Rocket Raccoon and Groot are household names.
Mm-hmm.
And how could I have ever doubted you guys? I mean, seriously, it was. I mean, Winter Soldier. It's like, no, I get it. Captain America is 3 days with the Condor. Totally get it. That's fine.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't want any spoiling, but like just a general sense. I mean, Eternals. I mean, again, because I think that's a big roll of the dice. And again, based on Guardians, I no longer doubt. But when that was announced, I'll be honest, I'm like, okay, that's an acquired, at least from a comic standpoint. So it's going to be really exciting to see what happens on screen.
Yeah, and again, that's like I said, that's the black magic beauty of what Kevin and his team does. I mean, they're going to take this and they're going to make it fantastic. So I look forward to it as well. And I can't tell you anything about it. It's really for Kevin and his group to talk about. But I'm looking forward to it as well.
It's been an amazing home run, seriously, Joe. I mean, and then again, I appreciate you being a part of it and also ringside for the things you're not directly involved in. And I envy you, but also I admire what you and the team have accomplished. Honestly, it's been an amazing 20 plus years. And seriously, this is a great piece that you're offering up for Hero. Tell us about the other charity that you're doing as well. It's a half and half thing, right? NYU.
Oh yes, sorry. Yes, it's for Hero and NYU Langone, which is a big hospital here in New York City that has been helping COVID patients like so many of the hospitals. I have a real soft spot for NYU Langone. I contribute to them. At Christmas time, I donate every year. Several years ago, I had like a mystery ailment that I ended up in their emergency room, and wow. They literally saved my life, and they figured out what it was, and I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine. But it was like, what is going on? So yes, I have it's a tremendous facility. So I just figured, whatever we can raise from this piece, and Hero, of course, is so near and dear to my heart. Sure. Jim McLaughlin, his team do tremendous work. And again, the thing is, they do so much of this behind the scenes. Like Jim is not. He really needs to get out there and talk about what he does more, but they do tremendous work. And again, some of it is private because some people just don't want this stuff divulged out there. And I get it, but you guys have no idea how well this organization is run. I see it from the inside, and it's just, I'm very, very, very proud to be part of the board.
I understand it. No, it's a wonderful thing. And again, the freelancer has no safety net. So it's terrific that Hero Initiative is out there to help people out when they really need it most. And again, some of our favorite people, you almost take for granted as a reader. Yeah. That well, clearly, Creator X, he's got to be okay. Look at all those great years that he made these books and stuff. Isn't it interesting too, Joe, that now the Pinnacle used to be to work for DC and Marvel, and I find it interesting that the Pinnacle has changed. Where you do want to work at DC and Marvel, but then take that audience with you and go into the creator own stuff.
Yeah, but I think it's different for everyone. I think. Because we talk about the creator-owned stuff and I don't say this because I'm trying to be pro Marvel, pro Deep, pro work for hire, but that's rife with challenges too, right? We look at the creator-owned thing and we think, well, that's the land of milk and honey, right? Because I'll put my creator-owned thing, and I'll make more money there, and then Hollywood will come calling, and I'll make more money, and that's not the majority of creator-owned, right? If that's your goal, for some, creator-owned may just be the freedom of it, which in that case, success is different for everyone. But yes, the pinnacle has changed for different people. For some people, the pinnacle may be, I just want to do my own thing. But I think much like, going into Marvel and saying, well, I'm going to go to Marvel and I'm going to be a star artist and a star writer and I'm going to have it made. The same can be said about creator owned. I'm just going to start creator owned and I'm going to be, the next Todd McFarlane or sure. That's not, the odds are always against you in that sense, right? Certainly. It's a matter of talent and having the right product and the right characters. Who knows? So I don't discourage people. I actually encourage people to do creator own, so you can get that sense of owning something, because there's really nothing like it, especially if then it gets well received. But I think, and I've talked to Mark Miller a lot about this when we were first starting. It's the balance. If you can find that perfect balance for yourself, where you're being successful in the world of work for hire, and then do your creator owned stuff and take some of that audience with you, and then maybe come back to work for hire and bring that and just build that audience where people can expect a certain amount, a certain quality and kind of book out of you. That's really great if you can mix and match. That's like the best of both worlds.
I'm surprised at the various times when first responders have been so important to our lives that Ash hasn't been adapted into a TV show or a film or something like that. It almost seems like a natural. What can you tell us? I mean,
nothing. I know nothing. It's at DreamWorks, and that's all I know.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, there were many times where I thought, well, Ash, but it's just sort of sitting there. So nothing I can tell you about it.
All right, fair enough, man. Well, listen, we can wrap up. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks,
Joe.
John.
And honestly, this is a great conversation, and it's the kind of conversation I always hope to get when I talk to you, and then we end up doing good. So this was terrific, and I thank the fans. And again, I Am America is available at eBay, and it's obviously going to the Hero Initiative and the NYU and forgive me, the hospital.
Langon, yeah, NYU Langon. Yeah. And thanks, man. Thanks, John, and thanks to Bill and all the fans out there who've been supportive of my stuff and even not supportive of my stuff. Love you guys anyway, as long as you're reading Marvel. Thank you so much. Really, it's great to be in this industry and to be able to at least show my art and have you guys enjoy whatever part of it you enjoy.
We'll be watching on Drink and Draw and on morning JQ. So
thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, and I hope people will check out more interviews like the ones we just did at our website, wordballoon.com, and certainly stick around. There's more great creators to talk with Bill and the gang here at Comic Art Live. So thanks a lot for everybody tuning in and listening.
See you guys.
Most of the comic creators that were working piecemeal. They were working without any sort of retirement plan.
They interceded. It enabled me to get a home.
They appeared on the horizon to help me.
I think it's just great that they're even doing something like this.
Hi, I'm Stan Lee, and I support the Hero Initiative because everyone deserves a golden age.
Hey everybody, my name is Mark Hay with Splash Page Comic Art, and I am here back with Paolo Rivera, and we are just going to kind of hang out with you guys for a little while until Mark Walters is back with Tony Parker. That will be our next panel at 3 o'clock. So if you enjoyed watching Paolo Rivera draw earlier, he's back working on a Spider-Man piece now. Hey, Paolo.
Hi, Mark. Hi, everybody.
So if anybody has questions for Paolo, this is just a casual hangout, fill time kind of fun thing to watch Paolo draw. If not, Paolo and I are just going to shoot,
Watch your language.
Converse.
my daughter's right next to me, so.
Gotcha. I will be good. So Timothy Scott Guerrero is asking if Paolo finished the Wonder Woman piece. No, he wants to put the appropriate amount of time and love into that. So he is going to do that separately so he can let the inks dry and then color over it later. So he had another piece that he had already penciled, and now he is inking it. So looks like Spider-Man, the head's cut off, but I can see from the logo. Yep. So there we go, everybody. Battle, maybe a battle damage Spider-Man.
Yeah, he is. This is the current state of the country, but he's still giving a thumbs up. So we can make it through this.
Yep. So we've got some comments here. Great Legend show says Spidey looks awesome. I'm sure you're going to
Thank
get
you.
some love because it is looking awesome. We've got, damn, Paolo, great stuff. That's
Thank you.
Fish Tropic. Let's see, what do we got here? Whom do I contact to make Fish Tropic keeping comic book legend? What do you think? I'm not sure what he's asking there. Make a Fish Tropic keeping comic. I don't know. So I'm guessing it's unusual that you have this kind of spare time to sit around and draw pieces. Being your art dealer, I know that's not the case.
Yeah, so since COVID, the quarantine started, my wife, she provides most of the support that our family needs. So at first I was taking care of the kids full time, and then we were fortunate enough to have one of our daughter's former teachers come most of the days of the week to allow me to get a little bit of work done. And then today, she's here as well, and my wife is helping me. Although I got to say, my daughter here is right next to me, and she's being
Awesome.
really, really good. Yeah. Yeah. So
cool. So you said she's inking or drawing. What did you say?
she's drawing on the iPad. She's using the Procreate app, which she loves. You know, it's
awesome.
It's a great app because you can just. I mean, I've used it for some, never for professional work, but for sketching. It's really nice.
Gotcha. Awesome. The Mastodon said he hates to do it. He didn't know we were going to be here, but he's got to go mow his lawn. So good stuff, Paolo.
Thank you. Good luck with the lawn keeping.
Rich Cirillo. Rich, I know you, but I don't know how to pronounce your name. Hopefully I got it right. Hey guys, what kind of pen is Paolo using to ink at the moment? I'm guessing Rich was not in our panel earlier, but I'm sure you'll give that explanation as you love to talk about your toys.
Yeah. This is a Pentel pocket brush. They make a number of different kinds of brushes if you search for Pentel brush pen, but this one is the pocket, and it is filled with cartridges. Let me see if I can get that to focus. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
And the important thing is to get waterproof ink, because they do make one that is this one, and this does not have waterproof ink. So if you see these two ones in the store, get the gray one, because the gray one is waterproof and the black one is not. I mean, sometimes you want one that is not waterproof, but only if you're doing like shading or something like that. Most of the time I'm doing an ink drawing and then I'm doing watercolor over it, which will be the case here. And if that is the case, then you want your ink lines to stay there and not move. And then usually if I'm doing Spidey, I used to ink the whole thing with a brush, and then I got old and lazy, and now I use a pen to do webbing.
You're so old.
I don't know about you, Mark, but
you just got lazy.
That's probably more what it is. No, I had kids and I bought a house, and then the country devolved. And I aged about 10 years in about 5 years. So I'm still alive. That's the good thing.
John Beatty art. So Big John
hi,
Beatty
John.
says, hey, Paolo.
How you doing,
And
John?
if anybody has questions, we are just hanging out here. So feel free to chime in.
Do you know John Beatty's work, Mark?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yep, I don't know him personally, but definitely know his stuff.
He's actually from Daytona Beach.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And your dad.
Yep. Although my dad's really a Texan.
True. Need to get y'all back up here.
Yeah, well, just open up the country again.
What size is the Spidey piece? Timothy Scott Guerrero asked. That's a 9x12.
Yep. Yeah, most of the commissions I typically do are 9x12. I did some 4x6s for this convention just so I could get something done a little bit quicker.
Looks like your feed dropped. Okay, you're back now. Or maybe that was me. So if your daughter becomes a professional illustrator, does that mean your son is going to ink her to keep it in the family?
I think I'll need the help before they help each other.
Gotcha.
Maybe we'll do the spider now.
So Kyle Blackwell is asking, is it a commission? So I will explain that. Earlier in the panel, the last panel we were part of, Paolo wasn't sure if we were going to do the Wonder Woman or another piece, so he pre-drew this Spider-Man, and we were going to fill in case Joe Quesada finished early, and we had plans to auction this off, but we are not going to have time as the next panel is going to be here any minute now. If you go to splashpageart.com, I'm sure we're going to come up with a way to sell this Spider-Man piece if I don't grab it from Paolo first. So Kyle, I obviously know you, so just go back to Splash Page, and eventually we will have information posted in the news. We might, if Paolo is willing and has free time in the future, do some more online live streams in which we can do something similar like we did with the Wonder Woman piece and auction this off. Let's see, we've got Fish Tropic asking, does Paolo ever draw anything besides heroes? Maybe Children of the Corn or Jeepers Creepers? So maybe some horror stuff?
I don't think so. I do like comics that kind of go that way. So Hellboy, when we did the Valiant, some of it kind of went into the horror genre. So it's something that I do enjoy drawing, but I don't do it all the time. Yeah, it's weird that I'm kind of like that. Like I'm kind of like a happy-go-lucky, superhero artist, but then I really enjoy horror as well. So I don't know. I mean, I like them both for sure. But I haven't done a lot of like actual straight horror genre, like movies that those kind of characters.
Have you done the movie monsters? Frankenstein, Dracula, all the standards.
I actually haven't, and every time I see like Alex Ross do that whole series of Universal monsters, every time I see those, I'm like, man, I should really try it out, but I've never gotten around to it.
We have.
I think what keeps me away from it is like, whenever I think of Frankenstein, I don't think of Boris Karloff. I immediately think of Bernie Wrightson, and like, there's just. I'm never going to approach that. So I kind of want to just leave it. I just,
I mean, you've drawn Spider-Man and Captain America, and there's this guy named Jack Kirby that had drawn those previously.
I know, but like, I'll put it this way. There are certain characters that I model after certain artists. So I won't pick like Jack Kirby and then draw everybody in Jack Kirby style. But when I draw Hulk, I'm definitely thinking of Jack Kirby. But I'm also thinking of John Buscema, and I'm also thinking of like, other artists. And with Frankenstein, like, I only think of one person, and I don't want to just copy that. And I don't know how to like merge it with anybody, if that makes sense.
So I think we have a couple more comments, and then it looks like Tony and Mark are here. So we'll be jumping off for now, and then Paolo is going to be around drawing still, so we might jump back in later for some more impromptu streaming here. Rich said he had the pleasure of watching Paolo do a painting demonstration at the Society of Illustrators back in 2007 with Klaus Janson and Mike Oming.
Oh wow, yeah, that was a fun one. Art Out Loud. That was a great program. They still do it. But yeah, that was a long time ago.
So Fish Tropic says Legend would like a Dick Tracy drawing. Don't know
Ooh,
if
that'd
you've
be
ever
fun.
drawn Dick Tracy before.
I haven't.
And Tyler Lafferty says your live streams, occasional live streams that you do on your own, are getting him through the pandemic.
I'm glad to hear it. It's getting me through as well. I don't know if you watched the Joe Quesada stream earlier, but he mentioned the same thing. Like it gives us something to do, and it, you know, for a little while you kind of are able to forget everything that's going on. So it's definitely a help for me as well.
Well, I think yeah. So if you're up for it, maybe we can jump in after Mark and Tony. Their panel. So I'm going to bring in Mark Walters. You know Mark, as he was with you just a second ago.
Yep.
And so
hello again, Mark.
Paolo and I are going to jump out. Spider-Man's looking great. So
I'm digging that Spidey, man. It looks good.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, cool.
Have fun, Mark, with Tony, and we'll see you guys later.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you afterwards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Mark Walters of BigFanboy.com and Dallas Comic Show. Thank you for sticking around on Comic Art Live. We have still got more fun to bring to you, and it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Tony Parker. Let's get him in here.
Hi.
Hey, Tony, how's it going, man?
I'm doing wonderfully. And first, kind of say, wow, thank you everyone sticking around. Paolo is really nailing it with those that artwork, and just well, I want to bounce back and see that myself. But thanks everyone for sticking around, and I'm doing really well. So thank you for asking.
You know what I love, Tony, is that we're here, you know, as part of Comic Art Fans, Comic Art Live, and I'm looking behind you, and you've got comic art all over the walls. Like you are the perfect person to have on the show.
Right there. No, it's all over the place, and some science stuff I've got, and no, I'm surrounded by it. I'm lucky. I absolutely love the medium. I love the art in it. I've got somebody have to put pictures of the stuff I've got, where I've got all sorts of art from across the ages, and I love the medium, I love the art form, and I love surrounding myself with it.
Tell people about what your background is in art and how you kind of got into all this craziness. And then we're going to get into talking about video games and the art of video games and whatnot. And I'm going to share a link right now while you talk. I'm going to share a link to your Instagram so that everybody can check that out. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I've always loved drawing, something I've done. I just didn't realize younger on it's something you could do professionally. And so I've just always drew in class. I ended up going to college, got a dual major in criminal justice and psychology, graduated with honors, and realized at that point, that's not where I wanted to go. Nothing against the fields, just that's not where my path lie. So I went back, took some more schooling, and kept drawing. Just kept filling sketchbooks, and finally was able to get in. One of the big things about breaking into comics, the best analogy is it's kind of like breaking out of prison. When someone figures out a way, they seal that way up, and you got to find a different way in. And for me, so much of it was going in through the pen and paper role-playing game industry. So I went in and started working with, like I sent 100 submissions, got 99 rejections. Was able to get that one success, parlayed that into its own separate career. While at the end, I think I was in 150 different RPG books and covers and cards. I did 132 CCG cards, and among those books and cards, I was an official Warhammer artist. So I did Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer 40K, and went to San Diego and was over talking to Boom Studios. Like, wow. Oh, side note, you hear my bird, that's my bird Angie in the background. She's my hype man, so please, hopefully you can start to ignore that after a while. She means nothing but good things with what she says.
We love Angie. Let her keep going.
We love her. I love her too. But I went to Boom Studios and I looked up and I'm like, oh, wow, you did Warhammer comics. And like, no, we still do them. What? Well, I'm an official Warhammer artist. I've done all these books. I've done 132 of the cards. I worked with Games Workshop on a regular basis. And like, wow. So I was basically hired on the spot. And from there, I did a couple of fill-in pages, kind of help people out deadlines. a couple of partial issues. And then from then, I was actually able to get into doing my first full series with Fire and Honor, through that. And from there, I built from comics into that, and ever since then, I've done a good job of working with a lot of licensed properties. I've done my own creator-owned work with This Damn Band through Dark Horse, and Mayday, that was through Image, and done that. But I've also done lots of license, and with Dark Horse, which I absolutely love working with. They're amazing people over there. I did RIPD, which was licensed from the book and kind of tangential crossing with the movie. Then I did Mass Effect, which I did like 9 of the 13 issues for the Foundation series, which with that was doing all the backstories from the game. And I love playing the game. And so I did that, and I did God of War as well. And they were both their own separate things, which I can get into a minute, but I've been working in comics for longer than I care to admit to, and been very lucky to do so. But I've done a lot of licensed properties, and we can get into that at any point.
I did want to ask you, what is the editorial process like when you're working for a company like Games Workshop? I mean, we hear a lot about, the comic book editorial process, but when you're working for a game company, how does that work? Like, what is the creative freedom there? What is it like when they... what is the back and forth?
What's it like? Every company is different, and I'm very lucky that I've had amazing editors throughout the entire process with every company. So they do a lot of finding for me, and every company is different. Games Workshop, they're a lot of fun to work with. It's a wonderful sandbox to play in, but they're very specific and very protective of their IP, of their intellectual property. So by the end of Fire and Honor, I could tell you how many bullets were on the Hellhound tank. Not like, I counted up once. It'd be me sitting back there and going, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, literally counting them off, because they're that specific on how they're protected. And it's their sandbox. They have every right to do that. It's not a complaint. It's more of a acknowledgement that when you're working with a property like that, they have to make sure that everything is spot on. That is their baby. So with that, and the same thing with the other companies, that you have to make sure. So with Games Workshop, they're by far the most stringent on it. We're like, no, we have to make sure, we have to drop barrel the gun down by 2 inches. I'm like, the gun isn't 2 inches on the page. No, in scale 2 inches. So by a 32nd of an inch, to make sure it's that specific. So it's a lot of fun. They have beautiful designers there and beautiful design work. So it's, again, not a complaint. It's just they're very specific with it. And so they're that with Mass Effect and EA BioWare. They're very specific on it, but the good thing with them is they were great about sending some reference, and I played the games. That's one of the fun things with that, and with God of War is I would spend all day drawing the book, and at night to sit down, take an hour or two after everyone else has gone to bed, and I'd play the games. Oddly enough, with Mass Effect, I was somehow, because I didn't know what the next story was until I got the script, I was always 2 chapters behind on the games than I was with what I was drawing. So I have to go online, look up spoilers so I can make sure I get all the reference, get all the visuals, get everything down just right. And then after the book is wrapped, I sit down and play. I'm like, oh, this would have been great 3 weeks ago. So it was, and I could never catch up. I would try to power through to catch up to it, and it just never caught up on it. But with them, they're a bit looser. They're a lot more relaxed. We work with Mac Walters, so therefore he was always there, and all companies were very supportive. There was at no point anyone come back like, you're a horrible person, this is our baby, and you're killing our baby. They're all absolutely wonderful and great to work with. And but they're a bit looser, and so they go through draw how you want to draw, totally cool. But we make sure these things are here. Watch out for this alien. Especially with how specific their aliens were. Make sure some of them the eyes are a bit off. You're making them look a bit too human. They're not stocky. They're too thin. So I really had to work with some of them to make sure that it nailed it perfectly. But again, it's their baby. Yeah, I fully respect that.
You're saying that they're kind of laid back in certain regards. What is it like in terms of deadlines?
Deadlines are deadlines. It doesn't matter. There is no this takes longer, or this is much more developed scene or shot, or with the Warhammer stuff. I had to go through, and I ended up buying all the models for that was relevant to the story, taking pictures of them and lightboarding them up. because that's exactly what they were looking for. There is no artistic interpretation. There is no, and that's, again, it's not a fault. It's just that's what they're looking for. So I had to go through and make sure that everything was dead on with that, which with the Warhammer stuff meant that was very time intensive. With Mass Effect stuff, very time intensive. So therefore it's on me to make sure how I can streamline my work schedule so that when the deadlines are there, the deadlines are there. Because it doesn't matter if I'm late. If I'm late, that means, since I pencil and ink all my own stuff, that means the colorist now has to rush through. The color artist has to rush through and try to catch up with the time. The letterer has to try to rush through and catch up with time. Editorial have to bust their butt to try to catch up on time, because months before I get, basically when I get the script, they've already got it locked in when it's going to the printer. So there is no fallback. There is no, oh, we'll bump it back. We'll bump it back. We'll take it later. It's my job. That is literally my job to make sure I make the deadlines. And they may editorial may try to put in a little bit of gap time in there so that we got the extra space, but that's not on them. That's on me. That's one of the reasons why I'm able to constantly do these kinds of projects, because there are times, and I'll get to the God of War, where sometimes there are unintentional delays and life happens. It's not my fault, but that's my responsibility to take care of. So it's something that, with all those especially detailed stuff, it's my responsibility to go through and work to make sure that I hit those deadlines.
Do you ever get a chance to talk to the people that play the games to kind of get their personal feedback on the things that they like to see, or the things that maybe speak the most to them?
Not really, because and this sound horrible. I want to focus on what the script is.
Sure.
So there are people that love characters, but I don't want to, like, I love Rex, so therefore I'll make sure every Rex shot is a splash shot. But if that doesn't fit the story, I'm failing my job. So my job is to take wherever the story is and focus on that. And even when the story, they may say he's wearing this or she's wearing these specific armors. So therefore I don't have to rely on, like, oh, this is a fan favorite. It's this armor fits the story, or this armor is what these characters had in the cutscene. So therefore I've got to fit with that. And it's, for me, my job is to best suit the story at all possible, because the other side of that equation is there are some characters that love an armor. There are other characters that hate that armor. If I go to try to fit to one of them, I'm going to infuriate the other side. So I'd rather just make everyone angry and do what fits the story best.
Got it.
But no, with deadlines, that's me. And with the fan part, I try to fit the story, just fit the best story. Respect this story above all. And hopefully they get the largest swath of fandom.
We have a question from our commenters. Fish Tropic would like to know, if Tony picked one thing to work on for 2021, what would it be?
I'm actually already working on it. It's not even one. Right now I'm actually working on God of War. There's a new God of War book that was recently announced that I can finally talk about. I can't show anything to it yet. But so I'm working on I'm already working on God of War, and I'm working on, actually right now I just wrapped on working on 3 different books. I finished up a Creator Own, which I can't talk about. Finished up a book, not finished, but I'm working on a monthly with John Dolman, the drummer for System of a Down. So we've got a full series with that called Essentia, which is an incredibly fun dystopian future noir book, detective story, which is so much fun. And I'm also working on God of War sequel, which I can't get into. I don't want to give any spoilers.
John is a huge comic book nerd too. I love that guy.
He is,
yeah.
And he's great to work with too.
Right. Fish has a second question.
Please.
He would like to know also, what video game controller do you like, and would be a great movie. I'm not sure what he means by that. Which game would be a great movie in your opinion? I'm guessing that's what he's asking.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I'm a PS person. Nothing against the Xbox. It's just I draw comics, so I have very little time to play things. Even for that question, the easy answer is, like, I would love to see an Uncharted. I love the Uncharted franchise. I'd love to see that. Part of me would love to see a God of War as well. But for me, the end is, I'm gonna give the cheat answer. I want to see the right team doing it, because we've all seen great properties. I'm not gonna name any, so don't ask. That just didn't mesh with the property.
Almost any video game movie.
It's a hit and miss, and even then, there's so many games, such a rich thing. Everyone's got their vision of it.
Yeah.
But it's something where it's like, wow, and it's just finding that right team where it meshes right. that's all I want. It can be even a game I'm not a huge fan of. If it tells a good story and does a good entertaining 2 hours, I'm ecstatic with that. I'd rather have that than, well, I love this game, and oh wow, that is not the direction I would have gone in. And even then, it's
I almost feel like video game movies have a bigger challenge than even
Mhm.
comic book movies do, because when you're reading a comic book, you invest yourself in the character you see on the page. When you're playing a video game, you're playing that character. So then when someone tries to adapt that to the big screen, you're bringing every single conception that you have of what you've played in the game. It seems like it would make it that much more challenging for the movie to live up to the game.
Not just that, but you have stylistic interpretation as well. When you're looking at a graphic novel or a comic or whatever, you have the artist style there that you work with. So it kind of flows with that. When you do a video game, but you also put you do your own internal voices. You do your own internal effects. You have the image and you create the effect from that image. We're doing a video game, you have the voiceover, but you've got the model there, which can be whoever you want. When you go to the movies, all of a sudden now you've got to go through and you've got to you got to cast it. You got to find the right casting. And if you have a God of War, you've got someone who is literally inhumanly huge. How do you cast that? I mean, if you put The Rock on his biggest day, it's not as big as Kratos.
Right.
He isn't. He is a fiction. And you try to cast someone that big, or then you do drop the size down, and with all those things, very difficult to please anyone. And then you have trying to fit a 25, 40 hour story into 90 minutes. That not only does a backstory to catch everyone who hasn't played the game, but also brings something new to the people that haven't done it before. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the people that do that. And that's why I didn't want to poo-poo anyone, because I've worked in movies as well. There's a lot of hidden pieces that you don't see.
Absolutely. Fish is also asking, who would you cast for the role of Uncharted? I think that's actually already been
I
cast.
think it's done. It's
Tom Holland. Yeah.
I'm not going to do it. I mean, it's easy to say Tom Hardy because he's so charming, good looking, and all that. So it's like, throw Tom Hardy, and he's like Idris Elba. Just put him in everything, just because they're just incredibly good at what they do. So part of me might want to go with Tom Hardy, but he doesn't. He's a bit huskier, and he doesn't really. But that's the balance. You do the actor, you do have someone who looks like it. Back in the day, everyone was saying, I want to see Glenn Danzig as Wolverine because he's short. Like, no, you cast an actor. You cast someone who can do the acting for you and let the movie go after that, because otherwise it's stunt casting. Stunt casting very rarely works. But for Uncharted, yeah, yes, I know I just said Tom Hardy, but the reality is I'd rather find someone who rely on a good casting agent.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I can do fan art. That's one of the things I love is people ask, well, what book would you like to work on? Like, I want to work on a book with a good storyteller with a good creative team around me. Because I want fan art, I'll draw fan art. I've got fan art of, yes, I would love to draw X-Men, hint, hint. I would absolutely love to do that. I would love to do a G.I. Joe book, hint, hint, or Star Wars, hint, hint. But at the end of the day, the reality is, if I want to draw Star Wars, I can draw Star Wars. I can draw X-Men, I can draw all those characters. So yes, I would love to work on those books. It's still something where the reality is, I'd rather be on like where I am right now. I'm on all these great books with great creative teams, and that is incredibly satisfying for me.
Yeah. Who are some of your artistic influences when you were growing up? Like, who are some of the guys that really wowed you?
The answer is yes, but the reality is, actually I've got it hung up right up here, above one of my doors, right up there. That's X-Men number 248, penciled by Jim Lee, inked by Green, done by Claremont. I bought that book. I can tell you the whole story of how I got it. Not going to now, but that right there that's what got me into this is something that could be comics. This something that I copied not every panel, but I copied so many panels out of that page, and I just was drawn in there, and that really hit me hard. But since then, I've tried to get as diverse as possible. I mean, there's so many. So many mangas out there I love. There's so many anime. There's such a diverse style. You got people like Nicholas Scott, whose work I absolutely love. You got Mitch Gerades. If he's a great guy, I know him, but I can never get his name right. You got Scott Godleski. You've got so many other artists out there. They're absolutely wonderful that I draw from. From the classics like Jim and Wills and all those. And you got Kirby. You've got I'm a huge Eisner fan. I think I've got nearly his entire collection. But that's the thing. It's that diversity I absolutely love, where it's not just one or two. It's how many different things can I pull from. It gets frustrating when I want to do like a Kirby Crackle when the art style doesn't fit what the book I'm working on. But there's so many things that you can pull from, and that's why I try to pull from as much as possible. Try to see as much different artists from different eyes in different places as I possibly can, and just breaking my brain over and over and over again.
Now, since we're on Comic Art Live and we have a lot of original art collectors, a lot of people like to know about your tools that you use, whether it be pencils, pens, brushes, whatever. Can you tell us a little bit about the tools that you use?
They use the whole toolbox. It really depends on what I'm working with. I love working with brushes and Winsor Newton Series 7 number 2. I use all sorts of crow quill pens. I've got 7 different inks I pull from. Eon ink, Pitt ink, the Coronor ink, use them all. I'll use, I've got 3 or 4 different types of white ink. I use white gouache. I'll use light blank ink. I'll use the rapidograph white. I'll use actually, what is that? I've got to look right here because I'm literally at my desk right now. Oh yes, I'll use the deleter ink. I use all those inks. It's just something that since I said the Eon and I know it's a smaller company, got the Eon ink there. I've got the rapidograph. I've got them all. I've got the brushes right here. I try to get them for like if I can't get them locally, I'll get them Dick Blick. Always check your local stores first. But so I try to get as small as possible. I'm doing it for myself. I can afford to get the local stuff because it's more important for everyone. But I try to get all that stuff. For the paper, I use the Eon boards as well. I absolutely love them. So yeah, I'll use all that stuff. I'll work a lot of my comic stuff. Traditional comic stuff is digital these days, just because of a time requirement or editorial requirement. When working on Essentia, John loves doing a lot of changes in it. So therefore, I'll send him the digital stuff. I'll make corrections, and then I'll print it out on a light grayscale, and then I'll ink over that for like key pieces and key pages. The God of War stuff, I'll do the same thing where I'll do the pencils digitally and then print them out and do the final traditionally. I'm doing 1 or 2 pieces full traditional, but it's a lot of it's efficiency of energy. I love working traditionally. I absolutely love it. And I've got lots of traditional pages over the TD art part of CAF. So they've got plenty of things to choose from there. But for the pure mechanics of it, it's a job. I need to make my deadlines, especially if I'm doing a month, doing 2 to up to 3 books a month. I have to work digitally just because I like sleep from time to time, and I could use it. So the dark circles are not makeup. That's pure comic.
I totally feel you, man.
But
what was the point where you decided you were more of a brush guy than a pen guy?
The more I worked with it, I love the control over it. There was no one thing. And a lot of it's not. I mean, I love using the brush, but it's whatever the tool. It's whatever the story is. There are some stories where I need a sharper line, or I need a sharper line, so I'll use but still a bit of play, so I'll use the crow quill tip for that. Other ones I need a hard flat line, then I'll pull the Coronor pens, or I'll use the Pitt pens, or whichever I'm using at that time. So ideally I love brush, but there are times where I'm not good enough with the brush to create that pure mechanical line. So I'm not like a Sandra Hope where I can just bust them out. Or Jonathan Glapian or so many other amazing artists out there. It's something where I'm like, I acknowledge what my skill levels are. I'm like, nope, I got to put the brush down, and I've got to pull a tech pen, or I got to pull the crow quill pen. So I love it, but I also acknowledge that it's not about my ego of like, what can I say? Look, I did this. It's how well does the end piece sit? If the end piece doesn't look as good because of my ego, then I have failed.
Right. I wanted to talk to you about a couple of different comics that you worked on. First and foremost, Mayday, which I know has a lot of. It's got some really passionate fans about it.
Yes.
I would imagine that was just a tremendous amount of fun to work on.
It was. It really was. It's a lot of it. Part of me for fun is things I've never worked on before. So therefore, Alex is a wonderful writer, and she really pushes me and really puts me in different directions I wouldn't normally go. I mean, when I'm page 3 of the book, I'm like, wow, there's a naked Russian guy with a robe open, and we got to draw that. I'm like, okay, there's the doodle. So it's stuff like that, but it's because, but with her, it's never shock for shock's sake. Shock or powerful scenes because it fits the story. And for me, that's a key thing. I don't like just like, well, look, I can draw the shocking thing. Well, I can do that on myself if I wanted to. It's got to be something that fits. But with that, it was incredibly fun and worked with in a realm and a genre that I never worked with before, and it was just incredibly fun to do. So it didn't get as much like as it wanted to because some shops are a little nervous about it because it is more of a hard R book. Because there is some graphic, where we got people getting shot in the face, and again, the nudity and different adult themes. But it's something that's it. You said it's got a very strong following for the people that did get the opportunity to check it out. So definitely check your local shops so they got a copy.
Yeah. Oh, every time I find somebody that knows it, it starts a conversation, and like it's one of those things that if you know it,
exactly.
you love it. Yeah.
So that's something.
Yeah. I also wanted to ask you about.
Go ahead. No, please.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to bring up also Android Streaming Electric Sheep. Being able to work on something that is again kind of within the realm of pop culture, so iconic, not just because of the movie connections, but Philip K. Dick. That's got to be a real treat to be able to play in that sandbox.
It was. The first thing with that was the first rules we couldn't use anything that looked anything like the movie Blade Runner. It had to be something, not even remotely close. So therefore, which was a fun challenge, but when you've got Sid Mead doing the designs, how do you say, okay, you got to make this beautiful, but you can't use Sid Mead. It's got to look for the future, but you can't use Sid Mead. And you can't use this Blade Runner, which itself, look in the history of it, it's legendary as far as production on it. So that was an incredibly fun challenge. And even the lead into it was whenever the guys at Boom, like, hey, I need work. Do you have anything? And like, okay, well, do these 3 pages. Okay, so I did the 3 pages and sent it back, and like, okay, for a tryout. Like, okay, they like do these corrections. Okay, do these corrections. Okay, I like through 5 or 6 rounds of that. I'm getting frustrated internally, of course. You never tell the editor you're making me angry because that's a great way not to get a job. But they knew it as well. They knew. But by the 6th round, like, all right, guess what? You got the job. Like, wonderful. Okay, give me the script. Well, here's the rest of the script. What do you mean? The first 3 pages are my tryout. So the tryout were the first 3 pages of the book. So that was one of those like, ouch, that's fun, but still a fun thing. But that was such the state of Philip K. Dick were wonderful to work with, and it was an amazing property. And to be nominated for an Eisner for that is still an incredible honor. But it just playing with that, we're having to make sure everything in there has its own separate feel and be able to add my own things to the universe. Where like all the androids and Deckard are all left-handed. It started off as a mistake, like, nope, we're running with this. Because as an allusion to the movies where like there's that mystery. In the books, it's not a mystery. In the movies, is it? So there's that, and I put myself in the book. I put the letterers in the book. Richard Starkings, I put him in the book because he's a huge fan of the property as well. Put all sorts of people, like one of my best friends, he's in the book as well. And so I was able to put a bunch of little. I did that too with Mass Effect as well. All my editors in Mass Effect or in one of the chapters as when the story's there too. And I'm in Mass Effect too. I'm unofficially Mass Effect canon. So.
That's terrific.
That's exciting to do. But it's something with androids just to do that. And even the book, I did the first 12 issues in 11 months because by the time we got everything approved, we were already behind schedule.
Oh, wow.
And then by the time I was nominated for an Eisner, I was halfway through the book. I'm like, oh, wow, I need to bump this up. So therefore, I switched not just doing pencils and inks on a monthly, which, yes, I did. And that was all traditional. I did pencils, inks, and ink washes on a monthly book.
Wow.
Like, not even monthly, it was a 28-day turnaround. So that's crazy. That was crazy. Yes, that is the best way to do it. But it was still incredibly fun. It was a wonderful thing. It was truly an honor. And those are the pages that I've very few of them are for sale anymore. They've really kind of hit that emotional thing of like, I might carry a few of them to like 2 or 3 of them to a store or to an appearance or a signing. But beyond that, they're like, nope, I'm keeping these at home. These are key pages. And some of them are like, no, you would have to buy my house to get the page. There's like the part in the end where Deckard lays down on his bed, just all beat up and torn to heck. that's when I was like, no, this is that one of those pages. It means that much to me. And to have so many, like have Sienkiewicz covers, like the first couple of covers, having Bill Sienkiewicz do those covers and all these things. It was book was such an honor.
Yeah, I always love hearing when people like yourself, when they're so passionate about something that they literally don't want to let it get away from themselves. Yeah, I love hearing about that sort of thing. Fish has another question.
Really quick, Fish. The other side is, I get the other side. We're like, I want one of those pages, and the artist's like, I don't get rid of them, but I want them. So I get the other side of that as well. But sorry, Fish, go ahead.
No worries. Fish Tropic says, you seem to be into cool stuff. Have you ever drawn Earthworm Jim for anyone? That's an interesting question.
No,
I
have not.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. No Earthworm Jim. We talked a little bit about like the process of how they adapt video games for movies and whatnot. But when you talk about adapting video games for comics, it's a very
you're pinging in and out right now.
It's a completely different biggest.
There.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good. It all cut up. Cut up.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just saying
that
when you're adapting video games for comic books, you touched upon that a little bit earlier. I was wondering if you could talk about like what are some of the biggest challenges that you face with that? Have there ever been any things that were really frustrating for you trying to figure out a way to adapt it?
The biggest, part of it is sometimes the redraws. That's not a big thing. It's a minor, like, okay, I'll get that, or trying to know like those specific likenesses. Like Kratos' son, I had the hardest time. No doubt, I had the hardest time with his likenesses. Just something about it, and I've seen other people's fan art. Something about that guy. He's an incredibly good-looking kid there, but just something about the face, trying to get the exact proportions. Everyone has trouble with that, or nearly everyone. But the biggest thing with that is realizing that while we're doing the graphic novels, we're kind of we're on the outside. We're kind of, everyone's been great to work with, but like when we did God of War, like one of the books there, it was right before the game released. So obviously everyone's attention, and deservedly so, is focused upon making sure that the game gets released and the best game release gets put out as possible. So it's not a blame thing. Do not take anything as a blame game. All the people at Santa Monica were absolutely wonderful to work with. I absolutely love them to death. But their job is to make sure that that game gets out on the date without any bugs, with as few bugs as possible. So therefore, we had one of the issues where they didn't have the bandwidth to get back to our answers immediately. And it's not a blame in any way, shape, or form, but to make sure that I had to do the deadline, I had to pencil issue 2. I think it was issue 2 of the God of War series in 2.5 days, all 20 pages. And doing that in 2.5 days on a friend's couch, because I was right before I had an appearance at Phoenix Comic Con. So I had to do that, maintain because I was a guest of the show, or Phoenix Fan Fusion. And I've started to maintain myself as a guest of the show, but make that and take the pictures and get that in on time. So so that we can make sure I can make my inking deadline after the show, and so that the editorial, letter, color, everyone else, and the printer, everything will make it on time. And because that was the same time, it was like right before the game released. It was like 2 weeks before, or something, like right before the game release, and they were pulling 20-hour work shifts, 24-hour shifts, around the clock, just grinding themselves to the bone because they absolutely had to get everything done on time. So it was little things like that. 1 second, I'm gonna keep talking. I'm gonna let my puppy out because he's got to use the bathroom. So
no worries,
we're gonna see my puppy while I talk. Come on, Cerberus. So I got a dog, and it goes outside. Yes, you're a good puppy. He's a very good puppy. But so it's like that, and that's the thing. It's not a frustration of, oh, this is a horrible thing to do. That's how life happens sometimes, and it happens with all of them. Sometimes there are delays, and what we do, even with that, we still try to put longer lead times into it at editorial. And even with that, sometimes life happens, and that's the toughest part with all this. There'll be times where, and throughout comics, throughout any entertainment industry, oh no, the lead just broke his leg. He can't act for 4 months. Okay, we got to put the whole production on hold.
Yeah, you have to be everything. Yeah, you have to be able to do that work under extreme pressure, and it sounds like you've had your share of that.
Everyone has. It's part of the job, and that's why it's not a thing of anger or frustration. It's like, it's just part of the job. It's having to like deal with those things.
Not a question, but Timothy
Shoot.
Scott Guerrero would like to pay you a compliment. He says Tony's work on commissions is top notch. I highly recommend him.
Thank you. No, I've done at least one or two for him, and it's incredibly appreciated. And I see Fish is there as well with.
Yes, Fish has another question.
What,
Let me
thank you.
see.
What is the
There we go.
What was the most frustrating thing to draw for your skill set? Oh boy, that's a tough one because I like the challenge. I think the hardest thing to do is want to draw something outside of my skill set. Partially, simple answer is beautiful women because it's something where I tend to try to draw lines. The more lines you put on, the more you unintentionally age them. But it's something that drawing out a beautiful woman is still something which is weird because I'm lucky to be surrounded by some incredibly beautiful people, both internally, externally, and a combination of the two. But it's just drawn that. But when I'm having to draw things like when I did This Damn Band, I drew 6 different art styles, most of which I'd never drawn before in my life. It was okay. So we're in Japan, and we're gonna draw the band members tell what happened to them during a what they think is a drug trip, which is actually them talking to the devil. Like, okay, and in the script it was okay. They'll talk to like a courtroom artist. Like, wait a minute, they're in Japan. Why don't they have a manga artist do it? Like, that's great. Like, oh crap, what have I done? So on deadline, I had to go try to find and learn how to draw as a 1972 manga artist would. And then later in the series, it's drawing like Tintin or Winsor McKay, and I'm gonna draw like that throughout. Or other times there'll be companies will come up to me like with the new God of War book. They're like, "We love what you do. We just prefer we want you to do a bit more of a looser style, not as heavily. We don't want an ink wash. We want as something as tightly defined with a line. We want a more looser animated style." Like, okay, so therefore I like the challenge. But with stuff like that, it means having to switch gears. And like right now, when I'm having to, when I was doing 3 books, all 3 books were different art styles. So sometimes in the middle of the day, I'm having to draw 3 different art styles. So I'm going to shift one to the second to the third. That has been my most difficult challenge for that, was having to shift around. Everything else, you learn how to draw things. One of the things you cannot say as a comic artist is, "Oh, I can't draw that," or "I don't know how to draw that." That is a death knell. That's some like editor hears that like, "Oh, I'm less likely to hire you in the future." What you say is, "Yeah, I can totally do that," and then you learn how to do it. You figure out how to do it later, or you figure out how to do it within the deadline. And so for me, it's not a one specific thing. Where yes, horses are difficult to draw. Trying to cut back on not putting too many details can be difficult to draw. Some likenesses can be incredibly difficult to draw. But for me, the hardest thing is having to shift art styles from back and forth. And the pro tip, if you have that wide breadth of ability, you're much more likely to have this as a longer career. Because I've known so many artists that were incredibly talented, but they only have one very specific art style. And then, which is great. They make a lot of money for 4 years, 3 years, 2 years, maybe 5 years. And then after that, that art style falls out of favor, and all of a sudden they're desperate for work. And the way they draw is as beautiful as any time they did 5 years ago. But that's not what they're looking for. That's not what the fans, not the editors, not what the industry is looking for anymore. And now they've dug themselves in a hole because they drew that way. I know a lot of incredibly talented artists now that started off as different image clones, and then they had to spend 5 years to break away from that and reestablish themselves so they could work again. And their art now is beautiful. I'm not going to say their names, but they had to fight against that. So definitely be able to you need that diversity of ability. So yeah,
absolutely. I think, like you said, not only being able to work in different styles, but being able to work under pressure.
Yep.
And you've clearly got all of those attributes. You teach in addition to doing all of this. What does it feel like to be able to instruct other people and help them learn? What is that? What is the gratification process like for you on that?
I used to teach. When I lived in Phoenix, I used to teach a wonderful program down there that they still have down at Phoenix College. And I think Chandler's got one, so definitely in the Phoenix area. I've got friends that teach at those places. Definitely check them out. They're run by some wonderful people, so definitely go look. And if you're check your local places as well. There are a lot of amazing pro comic artists that teach as well. But for me, it's something where I love having the students that are there to learn. And I say that because there's some people that come in like, I need an extra credit. Comics are easy. I'll just draw comics. Or I just I want a job that pays a lot of money. Only have to work like 10 hours a week for. Like, no, that's not it. Yes, sometimes you can do very well with it, but you got to do it because you love it. But when you have people who go in there and you see them where that little switch clicks, and you're like, here's how you hold the brush, like, and it comes clear to them, or, oh, now I get it. Or you see, like I've seen artists where they develop their voice, because that's the toughest part with this. It's any art style where you can't, in a semester, you can't teach someone how to be a pro. You can teach them the tools to hopefully learn how to do what they want to do down the road. And that's something when I taught, it was never, this is how you draw like me. This I was taught as, here are different genres and different stories that you can learn. One second. Well, here's my back again.
Sure, no problem.
That you can learn while you're that you can use yourself for your own art and your own style. Because that's the biggest thing is I never wanted to be anyone to be a clone. I wanted people to learn to develop their own thing. And for me, the satisfaction isn't only in the class when they catch it, but so much of it is when they keep going afterwards. Where like I have students that have been I haven't taught for years, and they still will, and I always love to see it. And where they'll show like, hey, can you take a look at a piece of mine, or can you take a look at this? What do you think? And I can see the growth. Or if I see parts where they're not growing, I'll still tell them, hey, you need to work on this. On a side note, if you haven't been one of my students and you still want to hit me on social media, like, hey, do it privately, but private message, hey, can you do you have a second to look at some of my art? Can you give a quick critique? I'm happy to. I love to do stuff like that. I love helping people out like that because I didn't have the opportunity when I was learning to like go like, hey, can you look at my artwork? Here, fix this, don't fix this. I learned a lot of that the hard way, the long way, or by myself. And so therefore, if I'm able to help other people out, I'm ecstatic to help other people out. So please.
Do you find it? Go ahead.
Go for
Sorry,
it. No,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
that was done.
Do you find it interesting also in how, because when I went to the Art Institute and back in the early 90s, and at the time, we wanted to break into comic books, and they were telling us, no, there's no money in comic books. No one will ever make any money. And now, like, it seems like that has kind of come full circle, and now, like, they have people teaching comic books, how to make comic books. It seems like pop culture has really become much more mainstream in recent years than it was, say like 20, 30 years ago.
It has been. And well, the other thing is it's become much more diverse. Where, again, you remember the early 90s where you had 3 styles. Or you only did superhero books. If you did anything else outside of that, it was, it's a weird indie underground comic. There's no way to make money at it. And it's still that, it's still that way. You do it because you love it, not because you can get rich at it. At one point, it's like, well, look at Alex Ross. Well, yeah, if you have to say, look at this one individual, that means it's an anomaly. You don't say, wow, you can get rich playing basketball. You just say, look at the NBA. They're all rich. If with comics, you have to say, look at these people. It's like this. You have to do it because you love it, and even then, you can do everything right and still not succeed. There are all sorts of things out there. It used to be back in the day where if you had, it was like 3. If you had 2 of the 3 things, if you were very talented, if you were great to work with, or if you made your deadlines, if you had 2 of those 3, you could work in comics. These days, you have to basically have all 3 because it is that strong of an art field out there. Because you're not just competing against a few people in New York, you're competing against everyone on the planet. And so therefore, it's a much larger talent pool that they can draw from. Therefore, the artwork is that much better. We're in a golden age right now, which people some people don't realize, where we have so much diversity of genre, diversity of style, diversity of creator, where so many people can put their own books out there. It's so much easier to get books to people between traditional, between online, all these things, that we are in a golden age where we have so much amazing quality out there that people don't realize that. Of course, with that diversity, it's also really kind of will diffuse the amount of money that can go to a creator. So therefore, you do have a few people who are incredibly rich. I do okay for myself. I'm not going to lie. But yes, I'm also working on 2 or 3 books at a time. And I'm also lucky enough to still get work. But it's one of the things with it is you still have to do it because you love it. That's the end all be all. If you don't love it, find another job. Do it. I know lots of people that do it as a hobby. Even like I know of artists and writers out there who, if they've got a full-time job, and they do this because they love it, because this doesn't provide the safety net that a traditional job will do. So it's very much a balancing act that you have to come to terms with yourself or you and your family. So.
Yeah, I think there's a mistaken impression because people go to comic book conventions and they see these guys sitting at tables and they think, oh, well, these guys are rock stars. They must be making $1 million a year. And they don't realize, no, a lot of these guys are living check to check.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. And like they'll be, everyone looks like, wow, Jim Lee, who's an incredibly talented artist, and but look how much he charges for his things, or how much other people charge for their commissions. They must be rich. Well, they have to remember that very few people can afford those high rates.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, thank you, everyone that's on my commission list for waiting. It's been 2 years since I've been able to do a commission. I also make sure that no one pays until I can do it, so no one's out any money right now. But it's also with how much I charge. It's only there. It's not. It's a very select a few that can afford that without having to do it. But it's a balancing act.
Yeah.
I don't make my money off commissions, and the people that do make their money off commissions can only do that for a year or two before the name drops down, and they've got to do comics again. So it's a much stabler, much stronger business model to do comics. And like if I go to a show, I may do a few at the table, at a much reduced rate at a smaller scale. But with this, don't think like, wow, if I can afford to do like just what like Adam Hughes does, and he charges this much. Like, guys, it's Adam Hughes.
Yeah.
He would love to do interiors. His editors won't let him because how much time it takes for him to do the beautiful work. They'd rather him do covers on short stories than full interiors. So it's something you have to. It's a business. You have to really look at and really balance out. And look at the smart game. The smart game is doing interiors. There's no two ways about it. It's nice to say covers, but you're going to have unless you are that Adam Hughes, that Alex Ross, you're going to have a much smarter game doing that, doing the interiors. That if you do traditional interiors with a big name, you can also sell those pages as well. But even then, unless you're Jim Lee, not everyone's pages sell all the time.
Absolutely.
It's about from the art side. It's very much a balancing act. It's threading a needle, and everyone is different. Everyone's got to find their own way to do it.
We talked earlier about working on dream projects, like working on the Philip K. Dick project.
Yeah.
There's another one I want to bring up that you worked on that I would imagine had to be kind of like a dream project, and that's heavy metal.
Oh, yes.
Artist story. Yeah.
Oh, yes. And that was with Alex as well, which
yeah.
I'm going to love working with her. But it's one of those things where, hey, would you like to do this? Yes, I would. And that was the first Tarna story that was told in over like 40 years. And so it was so much fun to do. And because Alex and I, we did that together. We did another story with heavy metal as well. So we've done 2 heavy metal stories. And it's weird because sometimes where just be part of a legacy of heavy metal is a huge thing for me. To be able to go through and be a part of that legacy is a wonderful thing. And we're not just heavy metal, but Tarna as well. And just incredibly fun. I can't say enough. I'm incredibly thankful to everyone there that was there at heavy metal for me to be able to play, not just play in their sandbox once, but twice.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, I just, again, going back to like me imagining being a kid, you know, like collecting things like heavy metal and manga and whatnot. And back then you didn't talk about it. It was taboo, you know, whereas now it's much more mainstream, which is great.
Yeah, it is. No, I remember traveling on a football. I used to play football in high school and going to having to go to the town that actually had a comic shop during before the football game and getting it and kind of reading a comic book and having it ripped out of my hand and having having it torn and very dismissive about what I loved. And now it's like, dude, this is a big thing. Which, don't get me wrong, it's still a few people that are like dismissive. Hey, so you draw comics? Yeah, I have a job that pays taxes that people enjoy. How is this a bad thing? I'm translated it on at least I think on 3 different continents. I'm doing okay. And even if I did none of those things happen, it was still, I draw comics. Why don't you draw comics? What's wrong with that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with me telling a story in the medium and the genre in the style that I want to. And so all those things are all wonderful things. I'm also trying not to be a gatekeeper about it as well, where it's not that, oh yeah, well, you're not comics unless you draw for X company. No,
right.
You draw comics, you draw comics. Now, there are different degrees. I will say there are different degrees of like, I'm an expert at these things, I draw comics. Well, yes, but you've drawn one comic in your life, and while this person over here is Will Eisner. Mm-hmm. There is a degree of everyone, they can get down to specifics where some like nuance, there can be some nuances there, but in general, there can be some things of, I've been doing this for 30 years or 40 years, 50 years, and here's my experience for it. But that doesn't, notice I didn't say company. I just said, here's something I've learned. But as long as you're working to bring people in and not take people out, that's the biggest thing right there.
Yeah, that does beg a question. What was your very first professional gig?
My very first professional gig was for Knights of the Dinner Table. I think it was like issue 67. And it was a singular illustration of a Roman soldier with a whip over a halfling who was being whipped. And they're very specific about it has to be like from human size eye view looking down, so how to work with the composition with that. So that was my first professional comic thing. Again, went from there. I did a whole ton of RPG books, and then from then to comics, it was Warhammer Fantasy for the Warhammer Online Fantasy Online. So if you got that big box set, it had a series of short stories in there, and that was my first full story. That was my first full story in there, was for that. So if you find that, you should find it use bookstores or online. That was my very first one. And I still and will always have all the original art to that.
Yeah. One of the reasons that we're doing this Comic Art Live is because obviously a lot of people right now are stuck at home, and you can't go to conventions and meet people in person and whatnot. So it's great to be able to have people like yourself come on here and talk about, you know, what you do and educate people and whatnot. How have you personally been coping with all these changes that we're experiencing right now?
I hate my answer because it doesn't. I mean, and that's why I try to keep it very honest about it. It hasn't affected. I mean, it hasn't directly affected me too much. I've been very lucky with that, and I have to acknowledge that luck and that privilege. I'm one of the few comic artists that I've only been pencils down on one of my projects. All my other projects, I've been working through this. I work from home. I rarely leave, so I don't have to worry about like not being able to go to work. And so it's why I'm very respectful of that. Where I'm very, I have to respect my privilege with that. Where I've got a job that I work from home. What most has happened is I haven't gone to the gym. The gym's closed down for obvious reasons.
Right.
So therefore, that's why I try to make sure that everyone around, I do things like this for people that are trapped inside. I try to listen and respect the people who are on furlough right now, whose jobs have been let go, where it's like even other artists. That's why I've been making sure to push, promote as many other artists I know where over me right now. Whereas I've been doing a big thing like, wow, here's my art, here's my sales. Like, I'm doing okay. But my friend here is is open for commissions because they're on their pencils down right now. Or my friend here, she got her book canceled because of this, and they don't know if it's going to come back in the future. So here, please check out her website. And so I'm trying to push as many other people's stuff as possible because I'm doing okay. I'm fine. But so many people I know aren't, and we really need to make sure that all the people that aren't fine out there, that they can do it, that they can do well what they want. And even for like commissions, I've been really holding back from, even if I had the break, from holding off on commissions because the people that commission from me most likely commission from other people as well. And I'd rather make sure that people that are struggling right now can keep going. I know because there are comic shops that have closed. There are comic related themes that, like Portland just lost the Nerd Out, which is a wonderful little comic shop that just permanently closed because of this. So I want to do what I can to help out everyone else because it's not about it. It can't be about me. It's about everyone else. It's not an ego thing of, well, I need to make sure the industry's there so I got something to go back to. It's I need to make sure there's an industry there so we all have something that we are still there when we love. And so that's, as I said, I do feel guilt about because I don't have the same pain as other people have, but I try to acknowledge what the suffering and pain that they've gone through and making sure seeing what I can do to help them out.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think that's a great message to send out to everybody. Well, listen, Tony, we're just about out of time. I just want to thank you so much for being a part of this and helping us close out Comic Art Live. This has been a great weekend, and people like yourself have made it a lot of fun. And once again, I am going to post in the comments just so everybody can check it out.
Yep.
That is Tony Parker's Instagram.
Yep.
Please check it out. And if you're looking for information on him, that would be the place to go.
Yep,
Tony,
definitely.
thank you. Let's do this again.
Absolutely. Please have me back. I had a wonderful time, and next time I'll try to speak a little bit slower.
No, you're doing great, man.
Okay, wonderful.
Hey, and tell Angie we love her.
I definitely will.
All right. Take care, my man.
You all take care. Stay safe out there.
Thanks so much.
Good. Here we are. Hey, we will be back. We'll be back.
You were muted for a second.
I was. When I'm not in the panel, I always do that just to be safe. But I wanted to take 5 minutes of a break and then come back, and then we could take some Q&A from anybody, get the feedback on how the show's gone, and just see what everybody thinks about how the show went and what we can improve on for the next time. So I just let's come back in about, we can just say 3 minutes, and we'll be back.
Sure.
All right, very good.
Hey, this is Anthony Snyder coming at you, and I'm buying, selling, and trading comic books, comic book art, and collectibles. So I'm buying any kind of collections, and I buy the whole thing. I don't cherry pick. Come and see me at my warehouse in Moonachie or my store in Leonia, New Jersey. So give me a call, let me know what you have to sell, and I'll be happy to help you. Keep calm and keep collecting. I'm Anthony Snyder.
Dallas Comic Show loves you 3000.
All right. Well, thanks, Mark.
By the way, Bill, thanks for letting me whore out Dallas Comic Show. I love that.
Well, I wish we had more people that wanted to take up the space, but we just didn't really have time to approach a lot of the other shows or.
Well, and speaking as a promoter, it's a weird time anyway, because everything, like even with us, we're in a holding pattern. I mean, we don't know what's next, and we're just kind of waiting to see how things play out. But I love that we're able to do things like this. I mean, this has been a really great weekend.
Exactly. And, I'd reached out to all the comic art shows that were canceled in May, but really the only show that they, was the Lake Como show that felt they could at least try to commit to a date, since they're, annually, and it could, gave them the opportunity to, at least get their name out there, because their show was one of the early ones that canceled. And I've had a long relationship with Steve Morger back from the days when I owned Big Wow with him and Mark A. and Frank Cho, and really wanted to do whatever I could to get their word out and remind people that the show will be back next May.
I did want to mention Timothy Guerrero says this one was tons of fun, especially for someone like me that lives outside the USA. I think this has been great. We had someone on earlier from Moscow. A lot of people have been watching from all over the world. I think this is terrific, and hopefully you guys will help us spread the word to where when we do this again, we can get even more eyeballs on Comic Art Live.
Yeah. Here you go, Paolo. I tried. I don't have as nice hair as you do, though.
Yeah, that was pretty cool watching Paulo sketching live and everything. It was a real treat. So,
no, I haven't seen Paulo in a while, but he was always the most fun to hang out with. And I miss the times that we've been able to spend together now that he's on the West Coast. But hopefully, once things calm down a bit and we actually get to do shows again, he is one of the people that would be first on my list to be able to have a drink with and just shoot the shit.
Yeah. Eric King Fai Chung says, thanks so much for organizing this. Thank you, Eric. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, we it was about a month and a half worth of programming that we had to put together to put this whole thing on. When we committed to doing it, we knew it was going to be a big undertaking. I just really didn't think it was going to take that long, unfortunately. But there was so much to do. We built this as something that was outside of comic art fans, but was managed from within it. And that posed a lot of unique challenges for my wife and I. And really, my wife deserves all the credit. She was, she was a trooper. She literally probably put in twice the number of hours that I put in. And it was all the blood, sweat, and tears work. And, she's a nerd, but she doesn't care about comic art, so I'd be bouncing ideas off her and she'd just be like, just shut up and tell me what you want me to do. And, and she powered through it. That night before, like Friday evening, she was up till 4 a.m. with me, just wrapping up as much of the front end code as we could get done. And then she woke up at 7 with me as well so that we could work out. There were a few bumps in the road at 10 a.m. when we did the preview for premium members. We had some odd time zone issues for people who were in Central and Mountain and Pacific time that we had actually never encountered before. We've done rollouts that are timed very, a lot in our programming, and it was a really unique problem. But fortunately, people were emailing us saying, "Hey, I'm premium, I can't get in." And my first email back to people would be like, "Are you sure you're logged into your premium account?" And then finally, after I got a couple of emails, I realized what was going on, and we got it done rather quickly. But still, it was it was a lot to do, but totally enjoyable. As everybody knew, the reason we put this show together was to support everybody who has supported CAF over the last 17 years. Booths were essentially free for anybody who was a premium member or has been a current advertiser on the site. So it was really done to support the hobby, to perpetuate, the marketplace for everyone so that, people can continue enjoying what they're doing, and more importantly for like the artists and the people that support them, the reps and the dealers, to have an outlet for selling artwork. I know CAF is a melting pot for everybody, but events like, cons are always needed to bring people together with their wallets full of money wanting to purchase artwork. And, that was really missing. And sometimes, some of the people who sell art, need an event to pull out some stuff that they might not normally sell, or for reps to get their artists to commit to wanting to do commissions. And I think that was, so having this out there really was important. And it was a challenge. My goal going into this was to make something that I knew would be different than anybody else could do. We've seen a lot of online cons in the past 30, 40 days where they're strictly panels. And, I knew that going into it, we needed to have commerce at some level and also have panels and try to do both things really well. And it was really nerve-wracking at the, going through it, trying to just, because we see what we wanted and we just kept thinking we're not going to make it. And I kept trying to pull back all the ideas that were coming in and just stick to, those two core things, which was just to show the art in its best light. I hope everybody noticed when we started the process, we actually increased the thumbnail size to 300 pixels versus 200 pixels tall, because we knew for Comic Art Live, we wanted all of the images when we showed them as thumbnails to be bigger. So we changed that setting early in the whole process, and that was just one of the things that kind of came out of it. It's part of a bigger plan that we have to just show larger images in preview. But so we were there were just a lot of things to consider going into it, but it's been very rewarding, for me to have done this. I think that I look back on it and I wish we had been doing this all along. For the people that support CAF, that we should have been doing focused marketing events like these, because you can rely on CAF. CAF is like a con every day, right? There's art to look at, there's art to look at and just admire, and you can chat with your friends and send feedback and things. But I think I kind of rested on my laurels in that way all this time. And if it wasn't for the pandemic and my fear that all my art dealer friends who are reps, that they were going to have a challenging time, that because what have we seen a lot happen during this time when the comics weren't getting created? So many dealers are turning to commissions for their artists and whatnot because they're not selling originals, or they can't show the originals because the books aren't coming out. And there needed to be something to fill that time. So again, I'm thankful that we were able to do it. And from what I can tell, everything has gone very well. Just from the few stats that I've been able to pull so far, I mean, we've sold probably 14 to 15% of the artwork. A lot of people don't understand how to make the art sold. If they just go back in and actually edit the art, there's a for sale status drop menu that they can take it and make it sold from the being for sale. And I got a lot of inquiries about that, and people are still commenting on it on a couple places I'm following that they didn't know how to mark things as sold. So hopefully that'll get done before the show is over, and we'll have better stats on what price ranges were really the sweet spot. Because at the end of the day, I want to be able to take what we've learned from this and educate the exhibitors for the next show. What's the sweet spot to bring things, where are things moving most or getting the most views, and kind of go from that. But as of today, definitely we've helped sell over $500,000 in artwork. And just from the general inquiries that I've put out to people who were accepting commissions, I think we're probably around 200 or 250 accepted commissions over the course of the show, which I think is phenomenal. Especially since I feel like that's one of the biggest areas I can improve on for the second show, or whenever that next show will be, is to assist art reps with accepting commissions, showing commission examples, so that potentially the visitors who are going to the site have work to look at other than that's work that's for sale, that are good commission examples. Like if they've got 5 pricing tiers for an artist on commissions, it'd be great if we had a couple examples at each pricing tier, those sorts of things. And it came down to time, and honestly I didn't even think about it until I got a comment actually from Simon Miller about it, and I'm like, yeah, I just kind of figured people would look around CAF to see commission examples from them. And so again, live and learn. Those are things that we'll do better the next time around. And then a lot of people too, I mean, the dollar amounts are a little skewed because a lot of the people who mark their artwork for sale turn the price to 0, so that people don't know what the price was when it was sold. Because we did leave sold artwork in the site search for the show. There's a status, a filter next to the search button. You can actually set it to only look at sold artwork, and that's fine. I mean, people don't have to have those figures out there after it's all over, and I get it, but it'll skew our numbers a little bit because I'm not going to go back and ask everybody what the prices were when they changed it to 0, and probably a lot of that happened too, just because they didn't know how to mark it as sold first, so they put it to 0, and then figured out how to mark it to sold. So I think everybody here would agree that's used CAF. They understand that the one thing we tend to not do the best job of is writing instructions. So that will be high on my list of things to focus on with this show. I tried to do a lot of prep work when people were creating booths. I had a walkthrough before you got to the booth, but I certainly didn't give anybody instruction on how to manage their booth when sales were happening. And so again, those are things that I can do a much better job. There's things that we do with the dealer sites that we build that make it a lot easier. The emails that come in, I can link you back. I link the dealers right back into their admin so they can mark things as sold really easily. We didn't do that here with the booth. Communications as well. I've got, I had some people who emailed me who aren't familiar with CAF that were asking if they were going to get told whether their purchase request was going to be, accepted, or was it or were they going to get a reply at all that it wasn't accepted? And all I can say is, hey, it's their business acumen, whatever that person, if they're thoughtful enough, they'll get back to you, or I can try to help them contact those sellers just to see if maybe their emails were spammed. You never know. But yeah, in general, the site was never busier than it was over this for that Saturday. We peaked at around 550 or 600 people on the site at one time. We were loading over 1,000 pages a minute, and the funny thing was the server didn't. It actually performed better when there were more people on it than when it's slower sometimes. Like we'll sometimes get database errors and things just because it's just how database stuff works. And surprisingly, when there was a heavy load on the server, it actually worked better. So maybe we're doing something wrong on that end of things. It's hard to say, but I was really pleased with the fact, because that was my biggest fear, was the site was going to crash. I know it's stupid, but that was my biggest concern, and it was the one thing I didn't have to worry about. So very happy with that.
Well, it seems like we had a lot of people that enjoyed the panels, and we've had a couple of people making some comments on here. David Sun had a nice thing to say there, Steve Foster. And we got a lot of people here asking us when the next one is, Bill. So what's the story?
The original plan was to do the next one in, let me think. We were going to plan, I really want to do them quarterly. Let's put it that way. And so we may do the next one at the end of August, although there's a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of people talking with me about different things that we could do, and they're all really exciting, and I'm looking forward to talking with people afterwards. Going into the show, there was a lot of pressure put on me, I think, because people were like, what happens at this show will help us define whether what other plans are that are going on within the hobby and in comic art, but also in all of comics and online shows and those sorts of things. There's been a lot of people wanting to get into doing online shows and certainly with panels and commerce. And so there'll be a lot of, I'm going to be sending out a couple of surveys after this is over to people who were exhibitors, and then also to people who were attending, so that I can get feedback from everyone. But I'll still say that I firmly plan on doing this again, either say the same time, end of August, or maybe around beginning of September. It just all depends on a lot of things schedule-wise that are going to happen in the next few weeks. Learning about what worked well here and what other potential things we might be able to work on to to do other things in the hobby.
Very, very cool. Well, I had a blast, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope that you guys that are in the comments, if you guys have some suggestions or some ideas on what you'd like to see on the next one, please sound off, let us know, or email Bill, because I see this only getting better and better every time.
Yeah, thank you. I think that a lot of feedback I got, people really did enjoy the panels, Mark, and you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Carrying it through, because I had no idea, and I knew I couldn't do it. You can see right now I stammer through most things, even when I'm talking face to face to somebody, let alone here. But a lot of the feedback I got was people wanted the Saturday panels to continue. And there were a lot of people who emailed me day of saying, "Can we get on the panel schedule?" And I was just like, I just can't take another request to do another thing. At that point, I had slept maybe 7 hours over the last 48 or more, and I just couldn't take on anything else. But now that we've done it, we've proved that it works, and for me, it's going to be much easier the next time around, because even if we advance the programming for the next one, it's not like building it from scratch, and I'll be able to focus a lot more time on on organizing the show, working with people on panels. As everybody knows, I brought Colin Solon back onto the team to help me editorially on CAF with a lot of the things that I've been doing. And I am definitely going to find a way to help Colin help me more as we go through the next, this summer. And hopefully he'll help me on the editorial, but he'll also help me with planning the next show and anything else that we're working on as well. Because he's been a great friend of mine for a long time, and I'm so glad that he's working with me again on all this.
I like Colin. He's a really terrific guy. Timothy wants to know, up to what time will the featured comic artwork for sale be on the site?
Okay, yeah, at 6 o'clock, we're going to basically shut it all down. So you won't be able to see any of the art that's available or that has sold. Anybody who is an exhibitor, they will be able to manage their booths and the items that were in the booth. A lot of people actually posted, the whole goal of the show, or my expectations of the show to every exhibitor was I wanted them to be bringing new artwork or artwork that they were going to price to move. Nobody wants to come to a show like this and wade through, a ton of artwork that they've already seen on the market and is overpriced. And so there were, some people are going to listen, some people aren't. And all I can do is try to offer the best guidance I can. So so for those, but all I was going to get to is the people with the booths will be able to access their booths anytime after the show, at least certainly for another 30 days as far as in the management side of things, because a lot of people posted art for the first time in there and they wanted to be able to take the descriptions they wrote and that sort of thing and easily copy paste it so they can add it to CAP in their classifieds or whatnot without having to retype everything. And also in the exhibitor booths there, we actually stored every email that was sent during the show. On the outside chance, that somebody might get something spammed, or they get a side email from somebody saying, "Hey, I didn't hear back from you." If the exhibitor didn't get the email, they can always go back and reference it because there's a link that shows them at the top of their booth setup page that has the word email. It's a button and it says the count and let them know what they had going on as far as that during the show. But trying to think of all there were a lot of other things that I've chatted with, but the positive thing here for me is, usually running CAP over the 17 years, while I get a lot of pats on the back, I think in general, I usually just hear the bad things, right? Because you're always trying to improve it and people with constructive criticism, really, I hear that more than anything. And the great thing that I've seen so far online is that I think most people have walked away from this with the experience being very positive, more so than I would have ever thought. And I can't tell you, how grateful that makes me feel, because that's usually not the kind of stuff that the feedback I usually get. People don't take the time to say, "Hey, good job." It's usually, "Hey, this sucks." And there were complaints about high priced items, and certainly I think that's there's some people have artwork for sale that they really don't want to part with, but they'll put a stupid price on it just to see if anybody will bite, and usually nobody bites, and that's going to happen anywhere, at any show, in any collector meetup. That's usually going to be the place to start. Everybody starts high because they feel like this is a hobby where people horse trade, right? And they expect to have some kind of a negotiation. And I think that it's unfortunate, because I'll be honest, I don't haggle. If I don't like the price on something, I walk, and I won't even make an offer. And I know that there's a lot of collectors that are the same way. But I think that just the nature of the hobby dictates that you usually have to overprice your stuff by 20%, because somebody's going to eat. Even if they like your price, they're not going to give you, if you have $5,000 on it, they're going to come at you and say, "I'll give you $2,500 in cash, and I've got this piece that I've got for $3,000. I'll throw it in as trade." So you're really making $5,500. That's the kind of way things get done in this hobby. And so it does make, and that's a challenge as well in our environment here. When you try to set things with fixed prices, people look at it and they think that there's no wiggle room in negotiations. And again, those are things that, if we're going to grow the hobby, we have to make new buyers understand that that's the seller mentality in comic art and comics for that matter. So, but the biggest negative is the prices. That's what I've heard.
Real quick, I just want to read a couple of these chats. David Wasserman says, "This was a great experience. I enjoyed watching the artist panels, especially Paulo's rendering of Wonder Woman as he spoke. Yeah, that was a lot of fun." Diablo SW says, "Many thanks for a virtual Comic-Con to all you guys. Great job. I had a great weekend." Timothy Scott Guerrero says, oh no, we already read that one. Davidson says, "Great job, Bill and Mark." Well, great job, everybody. I mean, everybody was terrific this weekend. But thank you, David. Steve Foster says, "Really great job all around." Robert Lee says, this was fantastic. I bought, sold, and best of all, had fun. Thanks, Bill. That's exactly what you want to hear.
Thanks,
And Timothy Scott Guerrero says, that's good to know. From now on, I'll offer 20% less than the asking price.
Yeah. Just don't try that with, well, I won't even name any names, but it won't work for everybody. And honestly, a lot of people, it's funny. You never know what you're going to get. I saw a lot of reasonably priced artwork, and I can tell you that one of the big takeaways from the show was we need to find a way to have the same enthusiasm on day 2 as we did on day 1. Yeah, I know that was the piece that was talked about.
I must have missed that. I didn't see that one.
I think Ben really likes that piece, and that's okay. But I kind of forgot where. The enthusiasm on day 2. So there were still, day 2 we peaked at 350 and 400 people on the site at any given moment. It's certainly down a bit now. It's around 180. So the thing for me and is to come up with a good way to continue the enthusiasm into the second day. One of the things, I have a lot of ideas. A lot of sellers reduced their prices on day 2, but we didn't have, there's no mechanism to say, hey, we're reducing our prices. So I think that we should encourage things on day 2 to, and have ways to notify people of that, potentially creating a special page that shows pieces that were reduced. And I got the comment from a good friend who also told me to potentially allow people to replace the items on day 2 of items that they had marked sold on day 1. So I think that, there's a lot of things for us to consider going into the next show, but I want to have that same enthusiasm because we want to have everybody come back and have as good experience as they did on the first day. And, and I know we can do it. It's just, it's getting a little bit more creative. I think that the panels will help. Paolo's panel was a great example of what we can do with artists and their art reps to put artwork for sale in front of people and have it be really clear. I mean, I've seen a lot of presentations on Facebook with guys selling artwork through interviews with comic shops and all that kind of thing, and they're always holding the artwork up to the screen, and it's a little blurry. Obviously, we took the time leading into that to get good scans and put a good image up in front of people. Going into the next show, I think that those should become something that we do much more of. And in fact, it's something that, as many people know, I've been doing a Tuesday chat the last couple of weeks with Vermita Man, Glenn Brunswick, and Will Gabrielle. I should say Mike Berkey, Vermita Man, and but we're doing that with the intent that I want to do more of that, and I do think that a weekly hour interview with an artist and their rep and doing something similar to what was done with Paolo would be just a great thing to do. And clearly, the pool is limitless, right? We could do them for 10 years and one person a week and you'd never run out of people to do it with. So I think that's definitely something that I would like to make a regular thing, probably something on the weekend, just come up with a time and then do it every week. I mean, I think it would work really well. And again, it's something fun and it's engaging and you get to buy some artwork, and especially when, and it would be new artwork if you can work with the people to actually put together 2, 3, 6 pieces of artwork. So yeah, there's lots of ideas percolating. Just need a few days to digest it all and kind of formulate the path that we'll be on after this.
Well, and I think you also got to take into consideration the fact that just like a regular convention, Sunday is always slower than Saturday. And so, but I mean, when you think about what we had today, I mean, having Paolo sketching live while we were offering sketches throughout it, I think that was a great panel. And I think that was a great example of maybe how to structure some of the panels moving forward to keep things exciting, to keep people engaged, because I think the chat was really engaged during that panel. And then, I mean, for crying out loud, you had Joe Quesada. You had like the head of Marvel on here talking about comics at a time when everybody's got questions about comics. I think you had some really great content today. So it's just a matter of getting the word out there so that more people know to tune in on Sunday. And because of the last couple of days, there's been a lot of stuff going on in the news. People are distracted. But I think we had I still think we had great engagement, and I think that it's just going to grow the more it's done.
I agree. The PR aspect was the part we suffered with the most, just because of our focus on programming, and we really relied on our guests during the panels to get the word out. I mean, I did my best, but that's why the next one will be so much better. And we built up a mailing list of people who were wanted more information about Comic Art Live, so we'll be able to really work better, in that way. And I just literally did not have enough time to post things on Facebook to let people know about them. But if I had Colin helping me, Colin can help me schedule posts, and have them all set to roll out. That's what I need. I can't do everything myself, and I know that's something my good friend Mark Hay constantly complains with me about. Is I have a hard time not working with other people, but finding ways to push responsibility out of my realm into other people's hands. And it's just because I care too much about it, and I don't want things to go wrong, and I don't need to, because Colin does a great job with all the things he does. And I could have not been in the panels all day today, Mark, and I know that you would have, you could have handled it and ran through it, and it just worked out great. So I've learned a lot myself. So
yeah, it was fun, man. I enjoyed it. And by the way, I did want to mention, since you mentioned it a second ago, I watched your show last week with Berkey and Will, and that was great. I really enjoyed watching that, because I enjoyed hearing the stories, and as an art collector, I think it's really fun to hear kind of the background of what goes into these sales and whatnot. And so I think you should have that show or that roundtable as a panel during this. I really think that was very interesting.
I did think about it. I just didn't think I was going to be mentally able to do it. I was so burned out yesterday. I knew going into it I could not do it. And but I agree. Those are the stories that I love to hear, because everybody knows I usually hang out with Ramita Man or Mark Hay from Slash Page at shows, and I hear the stories all the time. And in New York, Ramita Man is always set up next to Will and Glenn, and I've watched those guys joke and tell stories for so long. I knew going into it that I could almost not say a word, and those guys would carry on the conversation for an hour easy. So they're great to hang around with, and I definitely want to expand it. I mean, I'd like to talk with have an art rep roundtable, I'd like to have a collector roundtable, because those guys obviously are strict dealers, but it's funny, because I've known them for 20 years. I always view them as collectors first before I view them as dealers, just because, it's like, to me, it's like in the back of all their minds. It's like, how can they get, they're doing what they're doing as a means to an end to get the art that they want to get. And so, yeah, they've got, we could do a whole year of stories from all of them, and it would be a lot of fun and educational for everybody.
Yeah.
But all right, yeah. So again, I will be sending out surveys, 2 sets of surveys. I bet I don't get to it tomorrow, but it'll probably go out on Tuesday. And I just want everybody to be candid about what worked, what didn't, and what they would like to see in the next show. And I will do my best to deliver that and fix the things that weren't perfect this time around and make the next show even better.
Yeah, and I just want to again say thank you to all the people in the chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the show and enjoyed the panels. And I hope many of you picked up some really cool art. So thank you again, Bill, for making me a part of this. This was really fun.
You're quite welcome, Mark. Thanks again. Thanks,
Absolutely.
everybody.